Hi. Hello. It's me, the local virtual of bakers of sorts. Hi. Oh my goodness. Let me tell yous, we're doing hold on, wait, I got no. Alright. Sorry, I just had to there was an impulse I had to do. Hi, hello. For lads that are tuning in or watching the VOD, whatever you may be. Hi. Hello. We're doing a lot of stuff and a lot of things today, and I gotta talk about some things before we start today because, first of all, I'm surprised I'm conscious right now. Genuinely, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be silly, but when I tell you that when I try to went to sleep mode, when I try to go take some rest, I wasn't able to get a single hour of shut-eye last night. So, whoa, that was fun. And then, you know, it's like, logically, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna come back home after work and I'm gonna try and get some rest. I still couldn't sleep, and I just decided to lay in bed and stare up at the ceiling. I don't know how I'm still awake. I am so shocked. In fact, I feel invigorated. And it's funny because I also, on top of everything, I realized before the moment I posted on Twitter, the exact moment I posted on Twitter, which was like, let's see. It was an hour ago, like an hour before stream. The first thing I realized, and I kind of found this surprising, but the first thing I realized when I went to go check my cupboard and stuff, I didn't have a pie tin. So being me, panicked, trying to look around every sort of pot and pan I could find and use. None. Excuse me. I couldn't find a single one. So logically, the best thing for me to do, you know, I'm tired. Oh, I should probably go order something online. Maybe like DoorDash or something like that. But then I realized that's a lot of money, and I don't feel like paying for that. So I got on my scooter, I got my clothes on, I got some proper things to go outside with, and I went straight to my nearest grocery store. Lo and behold, I go to the first grocery store. There is nothing in sight. So then I have to go, like, I have to go turn around, gotta go like 5 blocks another way on my scooter, and I'm trying to go find another place that sells pie tins, and yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, oh yeah, I done a lot. I think I probably scooted like around 2 miles so far in a matter of like half an hour. And then I had to carry around like my 10-pound scooter inside the store because I wasn't gonna ride it around like a degenerate, and like I was gonna actually be kind of mindful and not be too disrespectful. Not sure if it's degenerate. I'm just saying that because it sounds funny. I like that word. But I was walking around the store and I got like 20 things because I needed some other stuff. And yeah, I was kind of just running around trying to find a pie tin, and I got one. So hey, we're lights on today. We're able to do the thing we are trying to do today. So I got the pie tin. I got that stuff that is needed for today. What's a pie tin? A pie tin is where you bake a pie. So it's a tin for pie. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised how functional I am. On top of everything, I don't think I've eaten anything today. So there's a high likelihood I am also going to cook myself some food today because I think I deserve it. You know, I ran around at least 2 miles on no energy so far. I don't think I've eaten anything today. Give me a sec, I'm actually trying to figure that out because I don't think I've eaten anything at all today. Yeah, I woke up, I went to work, got back from work. After my shopping spree, I got an apple, and that was my breakfast. I guess technically, cause like breakfast is technically like the first meal of the day. You know, you break your fast like that. So I just had my breakfast like 10 minutes ago. Great. Okay. But yeah, I am running. essentially, TLDR, I'm very surprised I'm still very functional today. I'm surprised I'm awake, first of all. But there is a 50-50 shot of today that I might pass out. And if I pass out, I don't know. We'll figure that out when I get there. But so far, so good. I got enough power in my system, but also I felt like overachieving today because on top of everything, on top of this, on top of that, I want to do more. I want to do more than just make pie because the energy is within my soul. It's within this stupid little CPU of my body. And I think we're gonna also make a Vtuber bread just because I can, and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop me. So one of those breads I'm going to make is, funny enough, for a Vtuber that I have not talked enough about or talked at all about. They are a Vtuber called Cyanna, and they are like a gamer girl meat that's very cyan-esque. And you know what I found in the grocery store? I was like going around doing my thing, trying to find the thing I needed to get, and I found the aisle to where the Gatorade was. So, you bet your ass we're gonna make some Gatorade bread today. Yeah, I'm sorry, it was bound to happen. It's just par for the course, if you will. And also I have, like, it's kind of funny because this bread idea it's really, really lazy, but it's on purpose. Because when I think of a NEET, I think of someone that is, like, messy, I think of someone that is lazy, minimal effort, but just getting by. And I believe they're friends with, Q, because she's being on a thing with Q later this month or next month. So I am going to make this bread, quote, a neat pan sobao. So it's pretty much a sobao base with Gatorade. That is the only difference. So this is gonna be really funny because I'm making Gatorade bread, and it's like Gatorade bread seems very cursed, but also she seems like a she's proximity. If she is proximity to Q, she has to be cursed in some sort of manner. So, yeah. Q is cursed by piss. Cyanna is gonna be cursed by Gatorade, which is objectively better in my opinion, but we'll play that by ear. Anyways, I will mention, because we are making pies today, and if you see the title, if you use your, miracle of vision and use your eyes and read what the text is for today's title of stream, we are going to be making pie from the most possible means of scratch. So, in that sense, I'm going to be making the pie crust from scratch. I'm going to be making the pumpkin pie from scratch, even the puree, or at least attempt to. I'm also going to make the apple pie from scratch, yada yada yada. I'm pretty sure you'll get the idea. We're going to make a lot of things from scratch. There's one thing I am not making from scratch, although it was a feasible idea, but it's a little expensive. I was going to make butter from scratch, but that seems a little extra and also just too much work, and I also just did not feel like doing it at the end of the day. So, yeah, the pie recipe, I will mention, it's literally just any pumpkin pie recipe I found online, so blah 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 blah. But for this apple pie, it is my own recipe. It is going to be a vanilla bourbon apple pie with a pistachio streusel crust. That is going to be the pie. It is going to be wonderful. It sounds nice. And yeah. The most upsetting thing about the pies that I'm making today is that I will not be able to eat them. To make these pies, well, they are for Thursday. They are for, what is it? They are for Thanksgiving. So I'm not going to be able to eat these pies until then. But there is also merit to reason why I am doing the pie making today. As much as I would like to do this as fresh as possible, I can unfortunately do so much. I am working Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yes, on Thanksgiving. But as soon as I get out of work, I'm gonna get kidnapped by my family. So there's an issue there. So I'm not gonna be able to make something from scratch, and I'm gonna be way too tired and way too busy. So, that being said, I am going to be making all my stuff today and tomorrow. My parents have made a tall order for me, and they have made the request for the following: apple pie, pumpkin pie, bread, stuffing, and mac and cheese. Gluten free, because my brat of a my brat of a cousin is they have celiacs. It's their fault. No, they have they requested me to make something for them, and you know I can't exactly make stuffing for them because it's. Take a gander to why, like, oh, why is stuffing bad? Why is stuffing bad for someone who has celiacs? So I have to compensate and instead make a gluten-free mac and cheese, which isn't as bad as you think it to be. That being said, I don't think I'm going to be making the mac and cheese on stream. I don't believe I'm going to be making the stuffing on stream. Those are things that are going to be a little bit more for me. Granted, I might do a 180 on that. And if I do, I am streaming tomorrow, or Tuesday, or Wednesday. One of those times, I don't really know. But all I do know is that I am, today, gonna be making bread and 2 pies. And also, I realized this because I fed my sour starter the other day, so I actually gotta make some sourdough, because I actually am missing a little bit. I need a little bit more bread for my stuffing. And when I make stuffing, I like to make my stuffing from scratch. So I like to make my bread from scratch, I like to go out in the yard and go peel my onions up, because that's definitely a thing that happens. And yeah, basically I try and control it as much as I can. But that being said, I have been doing a whole lot of talking and not enough cooking and baking. So how about we finally get into the goddamn kitchen, yeah? Actually, I can't. And I just realized this because I have been running around so much and shaking so intensely that I forgot to do one important thing. The goddamn kitchen screen. Screen. I forgot to set up my camera. I forgot to set up the video camera for the kitchen, so. And it goes. Oh. Alright. Here we go. Into the next area we go. There we are. That's the kitchen. So, let's see here. Well, first things first, I gotta actually move myself and vacate, so give me one moment here. Lights. Alright, hey, hellos. Oh, I'm on my feet now, so I feel a little bit more awake now. We're gonna get through today. Yes! Hopefully. So, first things first, I think it makes the most sense to start making the pie filling. The best things, I gotta be efficient with my time here, because I don't know how much time I have until I crash out. So, we have to make the best of it. Pie crust is very easy and quick to make. The fillings are gonna take a bit more time, so we're gonna try and make the best of our time with that. First things first. Pumpkin. Usually when you make a pumpkin pie, it is best to actually use something called a sugar pumpkin, but I'm pretty sure a regular pumpkin will do just fine. And if not, we will play it by... I got this. And yeah. Hi Mahler, hello. It's kind of nice, but I kind of feel bad because this pumpkin was given to me by a very nice coworker. Though I will say, she gave it to me for Halloween, and it's past Halloween. So I'd rather use it for something that I can actually use it for than something that I can't unfortunately use it for because I don't live in an area to where making a jack-o'-lantern would be feasible. Because, well, a lot of people would probably pick it, break it, etc. Some damn scoundrels, you know? So, we have to commit some pumpkin homicide real quick. Now, the general's gift. I will also mention this just because it's kind of interesting. But I will mention, I have never actually made a pumpkin pie with fresh pumpkin puree. So, that's gonna be fun. What's also really funny is that I've been told I make extremely delicious pumpkin pie. I have family, I have coworkers. Hell, I think my, my chef actually asked and requested me for me to make him a pie. This was like last year. I haven't really told him I'm making pie as of now, but he did like my pie I made. So, for what that's worth, you know, a chef that's been in the industry for quite some time asked for me to make him a pie. I would imagine there's some warrant to that. I'm not sure. But aside from that, I've been told I'd make good pumpkin pie, but the funny thing about this all is that I don't like pumpkin pie. So, in concept, I'm the worst person to ask what makes a pumpkin pie so good. Because I'll be honest, I don't know. It might be the flavor, it might be the spices, but hell do I know what the hell it makes a good pumpkin pie. I don't even really like pumpkin. More of an apple pie guy myself, to be 100% with yous. So that is me. That's why I'm also making an apple pie, just because. My parents, my family, etc., they love pumpkin pie. But I hate pumpkin pie. So, I have to make them happy, but you know what? I want myself to be happy too, so, you know what? The hell with them. I want to be happy. Fresh pumpkin, yes. Hi there, Tad. Hello. Does this count as ASMR? Are we doing an ASMR stream now? I'm not sure if you can... I'm scooping out the guts of a pumpkin. You know, also I gotta say, why do we call it guts? And I know I'm like the worst person to ask that stuff because like I'm the kind of the person that should know this stuff, but then I actually really don't. I'm more of a person that just follows the rules and don't ask any questions, so that's me. But yeah. You know, I don't really actually need to be too crazy about this pumpkin. Like, I don't have to like really like get out all the guts here and clean it out nice and clean. It's gonna puree all the same. And also just kind of realize I gotta tone my voice back a bit because for some reason I have gained an accent and I'm going to make it back in. No accent. A normal accent. American accent. Actually, well, I was doing like a southern kind of feel of an accent. So, we're gonna... Anyways. Well, to cook this pumpkin, it's actually quite simple. I'm gonna put this on a sheet tray, a little mini sheet tray, and that is it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's gonna go into the oven until it is soft. Just that easy. So there we go. That is the pumpkin pie, or at least steps to make the pumpkin pie. And now we shall get into making the apple pie. So, at my job, we throw away a lot of food. So, I have asked the people at my job, hey, those apples that you're gonna throw out, don't throw them out. I'm going to use them, alright? So, I have a whole bunch of apples that I 100% plan on using for today's stream, because I'd rather use these than them to go into the trash where they do not belong. Voice crack. Okay, so this is always a fun part to do. One of my favorite parts when it comes to making apple pie. But essentially now I just gotta peel all these apples and just get enough apples for a pie. It's that simple. No explanation needed, right? It's just kinda, you know, you get the peeler and then we start peeling the apples until there's no peel left. Once this stuff is very straightforward, and yeah, I'm just gonna kinda, yeah, just talk out my mind here. So yeah, you know, I probably should put a time, because I actually don't know how long that pumpkin is gonna be in there for. If I just, you know what? No, I trust my own intuition, and you know what? I'm trusting this onto you, chat. The pumpkin, not my problem anymore. I am putting that solely on you guys. That is now something that this is a team effort now. You guys have to remember how long that pie is gonna be in there for. Let's say, give it around half an hour. That sounds good, yeah? I gotta say though, this sucks because I'm like actually fairly hungry. The fact that I know I'm gonna be making two really nice pies and I'm not gonna be able to eat them, I'm not gonna lie, I feel kind of miserable, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make something. I'm not sure if I have food already made, which is a question I'm trying to think of. And if I do, I think I still need to get like rice. I think I have some red curry, which sounds really good right now. So I might just cook some cook some rice to eat with the curry. Because eating curry by itself is, well, curry is great. Curry is delicious. But eating with curry, just curry and no rice, just feels like... It feels like eating fresh bread without butter or olive oil. It just feels like you're missing something else. Something important, something integral, something that is kind of like... That oomph, that little bit of something something. You could say that the missing slice is a design choice. I guess. I'm not gonna lie, I'm zoning out a little bit. A lot of it actually, so I don't know what this is referring to. Thinking about food really badly. I do have instant ramen I just bought, because like as I was out at the stores, like shops and whatnot, I did do some like minor grocery shopping because I food to survive, fun fact. Or I need some sense of sustenance for this fleshy body I have to possess to do these streams, but you know, come to think of it, I've been doing a lot more cooking streams, and I'm actually quite happy about that. I'm not sure about you lads. I have been thinking in the back of my head, I have been wanting to do some Uma Musume streams, because I really want to do an Uma Musume stream to where I'm getting Haru Urara into the Arima Kinen. Because I think I got good parents. I got some good parents that I have raised that can provide the need. So I'm tempted. I think I'm ready to go. I think she's ready to fly. But I've been just having more fun streams I've been wanting to do. Fun streams such as a lot of cooking, a lot of baking, and this and that. And speaking of cooking and baking, actually, there is a future cooking stream that I might do either this weekend, next weekend, or just generally in the near future. I'm thinking about making pho. Remember those bones that I got from that short rib that we broke down the other day? Yeah, I got some bones, and I have acquired even more bones. Don't ask where I got these bones from, but I got these bones, and well, we're gonna use these bones to make a personal-sized amount of pho. And I don't know about you lads, but I really love pho. It's really nice, it's real tasty, and with the season being so cold and not brutal, but cold and harsh, it's nice to have nice warm noodle soup. Like, Still addicted to horse game, I see. Of course, yeah, horse game's great. Listen, there's one reason to why I'm still stuck with horse game, okay? I'm stuck with that game because it is a roguelike. And if you know anything about me, I love roguelikes. Because roguelikes is like gambling, but skill-based. Skill-based gambling, essentially. That is what a roguelike is. So that being said, there's a chance, if there's like a thing that has an element of roguelikeness, and also on the cherry on top, it's a cute anime game, and also on top of that cherry is another cherry because Cygames is very, very generous with their gacha pulls. So yeah, it's win-win. Because I don't actually have to spend like thousands of dollars, which I, knock on wood, it's not wood, but you get the idea, haven't done or needed to do yet. So, have you made pho before? Yes, I have made pho before. I believe we have done a pho stream before, but it has been quite some time since I've last done that. Actually, the thing is, I was thinking about doing a turkey stream again. Which is kind of funny, because I believe the same time around last year, I did another stream like this. I did a turkey stream. And I essentially just broke down an entire turkey. Like, I got a whole turkey, and I just crushed it down. I made it into stock. I made it into, stuffing. I made it into, like, other foods and whatnot. So, I've definitely done something like that similarly, which makes me enticed to do the stream tomorrow, but once more, see if I can make it tomorrow. Oh boy. Gambling is fun. I just picked up blackjack recently myself. Well, you see, there's an issue between playing blackjack and actual gambling. Actually gambling, you have the chance to lose something quite valuable, and money is quite valuable for me right now, because I have not been able to really, nutritionalize myself, we'll say in a nice way. I'm really depending on my job right now. I'm trying to see if I can get a little bit more bang for my buck, if you will. Because at this point, lads, I gotta tell you, this is the truth. I think I'm gonna have to go apply for food stamps or something. Because, like, holy hell. Money. It's hard to come by. Okay, we're not gonna talk about that stuff anymore, because that is nasty. If you know anything about me, I hate talking about money. So, makes me feel uncomfortable. Makes me feel bad. These are good apples, too. I'm also just realizing this is probably the first time actually showing like a decent amount of my knife skills, because I've never really actually needed to do quantity, especially at home. So maybe that was just a little bit, I just kind of realized the thing I just did right now was just a little
glimpse of what I can do. Because I can cut pretty quickly. To be honest, I should have taken full advantage of that and just go down to town and go crazy with the cutting there, but alas, I am too lazy to go full all in right now. Oh, got one. But back to the thing about pho. I really want to make pho. I think it'd be really fun. If anything, I might do some prep on that pho today, because for making good pho, you obviously want to get the bones in some water the day beforehand so you can get all the scum out. So, getting the scum out of the pho the day beforehand is very, very important. Makes it more clean, upper broth. Knife is kind of scary, not gonna lie. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I'm pressing into my skin. Ooh. Knives aren't that scary. Once you kind of get the general idea of how they work, they're just metal blades, sheet metal, sharp sheet metal. That's what it is at the end of the day. But yeah, I could say that I'm very good with using. It would be fun. It would. Oh, okay. For a second, I was like, it would be fun, but it's like, oh, fun, like fun. Can't see you. That was actually quite clever. I'll give you that one. But God. Okay, I don't know why I'm just. I think this is probably TOS in some places. Yeah. Anyways, oh, I wasn't stabbing myself. I was just thinking about apples. If you're thinking I was stabbing myself, you need to get some help. Right. Anyways, I have like 5 more apples here, and I just can't use them all because I have actually too many apples. Wait. I have this tendency to always make not enough apples. But you know what? I'm just being anxious, because that is plenty enough apples for this apple pie. So, this is actually this is my recipe. I'm gonna say this with my chest. I'm gonna say it with my head up in the sky. This is my recipe. I think it's quite nice. It is delicious. It is balanced. And I like it. You know, I've also realized, because this is a bourbon apple pie filling, and I gotta mention, I'm cooking with a lot of bourbon recently, so I'm not sure what that says about me, but I don't like drinking personally. Anyways, I don't like drinking personally. However, I love cooking with bourbon. Has this nice aged sweet flavor that you can't really get from anything else. So, I have written down my recipe because I am a bit of what they would call an airhead. And I need to only really measure one thing. That is some brown sugar. I like to do half a cup of brown sugar, but seeing how these apples are quite tart, I think I'm gonna do a I'm not gonna pack it down, just a very modest amount of brown sugar. So a modest amount of brown sugar. Some cinnamon, when I find my cinnamon. Oh dear God, please tell me I have, okay. I was getting a little worried there. If I did not have cinnamon, this would be a little upsetting. But a whole tablespoon of cinnamon.
Look! Look! Look!
Oh my God.
Look!
can't believe I don't believe it. Oh my god. It's my goddamn dad. Holy shit. No, actually, you're not my dad. You're my stepdad. It's my goddamn stepdad. Holy shit. Hi,
Hi.
Sonic. Hi.
Top of your morning,
Yeah,
dear
you've been
laddies.
downgraded.
My name is
Oh,
Sonic-chan.
behind
I'm
you
here
now.
to
I
sell
don't
you
know what you're
stuff
talking
that
about,
you
but he
won't
sure is
need.
talking about something.
But you probably won't because it's very cool art.
Yeah, let him speak. Let him cook. Let him talk.
I don't know.
We'll let him talk for once, and then we will take him to... Okay, cool. I've been demoted. Yes, you have been demoted. You're not my dad. You're now... stepdad, I guess, because you're not my current dad. Anyways, sucks to suck. Alright, so... so you can, for my recipe, you can use free grounds, but since I have the ability, and also, this is actually a whole nutmeg. Whole nutmeg has a completely different and distinct flavor, and I think it's a lot better to use it, so I'm gonna use fresh ground, because I can. Get off my back. Oh, hi, Pomf. Hi. I'm doing good. We're making a pumpkin pie, apple pie. You know what? Since we just got raided, I also will throw it out in the crowd right now. We are making a fresh pumpkin pie, for one thing, so that's fun. But we're also making... injuries. We're also making, what is it? We're also making a bourbon... we're making a bourbon apple pie with a pistachio streusel topping. So, yeah. This is all for the lovely holiday of, what is it? Lovely holiday of Thanksgiving here in the Americas. I'm gonna make such a big comeback, no promises. I'll, you know what? I'll believe it when I see it. I've seen you. You haven't done anything for the past, like, what, 2-3 months. Neglectful dad. Did you even bring the milk this time? Do you even have milk? Do you have anything to contribute? Send me that pie. No. Because if I do, it'll be very moldy by then. Trust me, I've tried to send stuff by plane before. I've tried to actually send a loaf of sourdough to one of my grandparents who lives like more south. It looked like hair. It was very moldy, so it was not exactly the sourdough I wanted to give him, but I did get sourdough on the way that I liked it. And neither do him, so what it is. It's a shame though, I do feel kind of bad about that, because unfortunately he has passed, and I don't believe he has ever had the chance to try my sourdough, which I kind of feel bad about, but that's just kind of how it is, no? Alright, let's see. I will need you. Ooh, I need you. I bet it tastes good. My sourdough? Of course it tastes good. My sourdough is always good. Half a teaspoon of nutmeg and then 1/4 of a teaspoon of allspice. Okay, that's that. That is all the herbage? Spicage we need. And before I actually cook this apple pie filling, I actually like to do a bit of maceration. So what I mean by that is just like mixing it all before I throw it into a pan. I don't know, I want to make sure that it's all evenly coated, or as coated as possible. It's all gonna get more or less coated once it hits the pan and like cooks down and this and that. But yeah. Now, just want to make sure that it's at least coated enough, and also just to find these brown sugar deposits. And I'm also just gonna start throwing these boys in the, because the pan is, lo and behold, a little bit bigger than this yellow bowl. actually gonna be kind of nice if I actually end up making too much apple pie filling. I'm not sure if I have any jars, but I would love to like jar some. Use it for like Christmas time or maybe next year or something. Oh, speaking of apples and speaking of like seasonal things, something I gotta do. Maybe I'll do it in December, though it will be kind of weird that if I do it in December, I do want to make cider donuts. So I personally don't really eat cider donuts too much, but I know they're a very seasonal classic. A lot like how during the March time people love them Shenron grants my wish. Let me speak in normal terms. God damn. Shamrock shakes. That's the March thing. Anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna just cook these apples down. Alright, cool. And we are missing one more thing. And that is the hard stuff. The liqueur. The stuff that makes you feel funny at the end of the day. And is the favorite of many alcoholic dads, I guess. Or is it whiskey? I know it's usually a dark liqueur, to where like the stereotype for dads beating up their children is dark liquor. Ooh, that's a fun sound. Wait, I want to do that again because it's just such a fun sound. Isn't that such a fun sound? Anyways, for this, I'm gonna need a whole half a cup. Yes. Of bourbon. So yeah, that's gonna be nice. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna use this spoon. No, not this one. I'm gonna use this spoon that I got in Korea. Because I got this spoon in Korea. And then I have this one that was from Japan, Korea. And then, America. Yeah, okay, I don't need to use Japan and use, Korea today. So yeah, I feel like making apple pie filling is always kind of fun. Though it's also kind of one of those things where it's like, I feel like there's a lot of ways to do it. I know some people like to they actually will put their apples in like this. They'll just throw their apples, to toss it, and then they throw it into their pie tin and la 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 la. But I don't like doing that because then your pie crust gets too wet. So when you do this, you make it more syrupy, you make it more sticky, and has a little bit more viscosity. And when you have that, you actually have a bit more of a layering, if you will. Because caramel and the crust, essentially what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make caramel. The caramel and the crust will actually kind of not mitigate the crunchiness of the crust. Cool. Oh, hi, Soft Gen. Thank you for the single bit. Thank you, thank you. I lost my train of thought. So when you make the caramel, when you make the pie filling for apples, you make it nice and syrupy. And when it's nice and syrupy, you can then, first of all, as you can see right now, if you can see the steam, and actually the bottom of the pan already, I'm cooking out some of the water. So when you cook out the water, there's less water that goes in the pie, and then less water in the crust, and then when you actually eat your apple pie, you can actually hold it up. Of course, it's very, very important that you get you get that thing to, you get your apple pie, you give your apple pie time to set. And, I'm just thinking about this now. Speaking of apple pie, you guys like warm apple pie or cold apple pie? I don't know why I keep going with the kind of that that accent of like the South and whatnot. Like, I guess apple pie brings that kind of feel, and I don't know. Warm apple pie with vanilla ice cream. I agree. I think warm apple pie with vanilla ice cream goes insanely hard. But if you have cold apple pie, it's really nice with just a little bit of whipped cream. I don't know why that is the case, but I have like really stupid rules when it comes to like eating apple pie, because for me there's like 4 rules when it comes to making apple pie, because usually apple pie comes in 2 ways, but technically 4 ways. So your first way is that it's cold. Your second way is that it's hot. But within those branches, there's actually branches for those branches, because is it a cold streusel pie or is it a cold crusted pie? Is it a hot streusel pie or is it a hot crusted pie? Because it gets really weird when I talk about this, because when I think of a cold streusel pie, I want it plain by itself. I don't want anything on top of it. But if it's a warm streusel pie, a little bit of whipped cream goes a long way. But if it is an apple pie with a crust on top, or a lattice crust, if it's warm, it needs ice cream. No questions asked. It needs vanilla ice cream, or I will cause a riot. But when it's a cold crusted apple pie, I will kind of try to refuse it, because I don't like cold apple pie when it has a crust on top, because it just kind of feels sad. Like it's just a sham of what it could be, you know? But anyways, you get the idea. I don't know. Did you see that one post on Twitter of that guy that apparently made a really good pumpkin pie? That is Mr. Bronze, who that's a little broad, because I believe a lot of people at this time make pumpkin pies. So if you could kindly give a bit more insight, I need a little bit more information to work off here. But yeah, as you see, I'm cooking this down. The bottom of the pan here is getting nice and syrupy. It's not like completely like wet in water. All that brown sugar is very crucial, because if you use white sugar, it would be more wet. It's kind of funny, because you would think that, oh, brown sugar, it's heavier, it's denser, and this is that. But as I've mentioned before, brown sugar is less sugar than white sugar. And it's because the molasses kind of makes it more airy, more spongy. So it's, it actually has less sugar, but has molasses, and, well, molasses is very sweet and tart. So it balances out. It's probably the Applejack in you. The Applejack? Oh, I see. The fucking horses. Well, actually, they're not horses, they're ponies. Horses and ponies, to my understanding, are 2 different things. Different things. Different creatures. Sorry, I guess. Even though I'm not sorry. Pony girls and the horse girls are 2 different things. Well, first of all, you have the pony girls, you have the candy-colored horses, and then you have the Uma Musume. Those are 3 completely different things. You have the weird-ass equestrian girls that they just made because they wanted to rival brats, I guess, I don't know. And then you have your candy-colored horses, which are your, you know, your ponies and stuff like that. The Uma Musume is anime. I don't think there's any explanation that's needed. It's just anime. But yeah. One is a children's cartoon, and the other is a serious gacha business. Hey listen, unlike most gacha businesses, this one puts a lot of their money, well, seemingly puts a lot of the money towards anime, which is nice. Because you feel like as you spend money on your gacha, you're putting a bit of investment towards, some quality anime. I haven't had the chance to watch Cinderella Grey. I just finished season 2 of Uma Musume, which is quite peak. I would recommend you watch it. The first season was a bit of a slog. The second season was actually quite peak. I'm actually very, very satisfied watching it. Gotta get to the third one, and then after that, I want to watch the movie because that looks amazing. And then I want to watch watch Cinderella Grey. So yeah. Oh my god, that apple almost fell on the floor, but it fell on a town. Okay, so now we gotta do some fun stuff here. Those apples are really caramelized well. Thank you. It's like I went to school to learn how to cook. The greatest robbery of the century, let me tell you. I paid a college tuition just to learn how to cook. I'm not saying it was a bad thing though. It was good. It was a great experience. However, my third and fourth years are debatable, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Well, I'm just thinking about apple pie now because I am making this with streusel. I'm making with a pistachio streusel topping. I actually gotta go tell my parents to go buy ice cream. No, maybe. Okay, I'll play it by ear. Anyways, it's time to have fun here. Ah, yes. The stuff that causes combustion. The fi-fi. The fire. Would you like to watch me burn my eyebrows off? You can't, because I'm not showing you my face. Anyways. This is gonna be kind of scary. Not as fi-fi as I thought it'd be. I can see the fire. I'm not sure if y'all can see the fire either. I can definitely feel it. Oh, it is strong. I hope it doesn't burn off my camera. And just like that, I burned off all the alcohol. Wow. Well, to be fair, there's a lot of sugar, there's a lot of this, there's a lot of apples, so it kind of suffocates all that alcohol, so it's just par for the course. But I am gonna do it one more time because 1, I'm an idiot. 2, I want more fire. 3, I want to make sure the alcohol's cooked. And it is cooked. Yippee, yee-haw, hooray. I don't have to burn my house down. What a happy day. Listen, ever since the Au Poivre stream I did, and that big waff of fire, I've been chasing that high ever since. That was an amazing amount of fire, and it's just like captivating. Like I want to chase that high again and burn my entire apartment complex down. For legal reasons, as a joke, so. And of course, this is a nice little tip for y'all who like to bake and like to use vanilla as much as I do. Vanilla. When you add vanilla extract, or if you have vanilla bean paste like I'm gonna use, add it at the end. It is strongest when you don't cook it. When you cook vanilla, it becomes less strong. The flavor weakens. It doesn't become as potent. So adding a little bit of vanilla to this is my personal thing, along with the bourbon. So this is now a very lovely bourbon, apple pie, vanilla, a vanilla bourbon apple pie filling. Which is just really fancy talk of like, oh, it has bourbon and vanilla and apple pie. Yeah. You guys are smart. I trust in you guys, that you guys have an intuition of sorts. Anyways, I'm using fun stuff today because I have vanilla bean syrup. This stuff is very, very potent, but in a good way. And just because I'm looking in my cupboard and I'm just looking at all the pecans I have. How do you say that? How do you lads say pecan? Do you say pecans or pecan? Because I like to call pecans pecans. Am I a psychopath? Am I evil? Am I the second coming of Satan? Make an argument in the comments or in chat or whatever you want. Explain to me on Twitter of how I say pecans incorrectly. Like GIF or GIF. Yeah, pretty much. Pecans or pecans. Evil. It's just dialect differences. So you could say the same thing for GIF and GIF. Alright, well, anyways. Now I have to do an important thing here, because of course, even if it is sweet, adding a bit of salt to your sweet is like adding salt to caramel. It's nice to balance everything out with just a bit of salt, because then it doesn't become... it makes it balanced. It makes the sweet stuff a little bit less sweet and more salted caramel like. It gives that vibe, you know? By the way, my flame is off. I'm just kind of mixing this all together so it can actually just not cook, but just mix together. And, well, all these apples look really nice and cooked. So now I'm just gonna take one of these. Get them in hot. Ow. Yeah. Nice, balanced flavor. All the spices you can taste. The nutmeg really punches through. As it's fresh, it's a lot more stronger, but it's nice. The cinnamon is balanced. The brown sugar is actually a very back note flavor. The vanilla is in the background too. It's almost playing second fiddle, if you will. The bourbon, the apple is what really shines though, because the bourbon you can kind of taste. It adds that nice kind of aged flavor. If it's like almost like an actual Applejack, I imagine. I don't know. I've never had Applejack, but I'm assuming because Applejack is like a hard liquor of apple cider. Yes. Anyways, I now have to let this cool. Because whenever you make an apple pie or a pineapple pie, whenever you just generally good etiquette, if you make pie and you make your fillings and it's hot, cool your filling down. So because when you there is a reason to why you want to use a cold filling versus a hot filling. A hot filling will melt the butter, which will make your crust a lot less crusty. So it's always the best idea to cool down your stuff. And also, when it cools down, the liquid comes out, and then you can kind of control how much liquid you put into said pie. So yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna just put this in the fridge for now. Well, gotta make zoom in. Oh yeah, I can take. Oh man, let me tell you this. I love managing space in my refrigerator. It's like inventory management game. Goddamn. funny as hell thing. The best thing I could think to actually do some inventory management in my goddamn refrigerator is to eat some of this stuff. That's the nice thing about refrigerators now. There's food in there. So if you want to empty it out, you eat. Isn't that like an interesting thing to think about? It's quite innovative, let me tell you. So remember these guys? They got friends. So I got some bones that I have borrowed from my job. And yeah, I'm going to essentially just soak these guys in water. When you soak bones in water, it brings out all the impurities in the blood and etc. The things that aren't exactly ideal in a soup, in a bus broth. So you take that all out, and then it becomes nicer. That being said, there is an issue. This guy is kind of thick. Well, tall. He's more tall than thick. So I have to try and break some bones. Not good at breaking bones. So I'm gonna try and figure this out. Gonna have to do some unga bunga. Oh wait, I know what could probably break bones. I'm so silly. Hold on. I got the perfect thing. I got the perfect bone breaker. So I have a metal baton for personal safety and all that whatnot. So I'm just gonna demonstrate. Oh, there we go. What a lovely thing to use in a kitchen, right? Using a metal baton to get past some bone. Yes, this is a cooking stream. As I break that in half. Got some shrapnel now. That just adds flavor. I'm still wondering why this pumpkin apple pie has bones. No, that's a good question. I don't know why either. Anyways. That's a question for the bones, not me. So, best be asking the bones why they're like that. Trying to actually clear out my, what is it? My dishwasher, because I'm gonna need it fairly soon. To start packing all this and whatnot in there, eventually. And there we go. Random side quest has been achieved. I have made the preparations for purging these bones. The preparation has begun. The purging has begun. Yada yada, the annual purge is happening, yada yada, God bless America or some stuff. Never watched the movie, so I don't know. But yeah, it's good to know that this thing actually can break bones. I was wondering how lethal this actually can be. So knowing that this can break bones makes me feel a lot safer. Can't wait to break someone's finger this day. violent tendencies aside, it is time to check on the pumpkin for the pie. Alright, it looks like this pie is ready to go. It feels nice and soft. The skin is kind of pruny. So I think we're good to go. Need to measure how much pie we have, but well, yeah, I need to weigh how much pie we got, so I gotta do that right before I put this. I'd probably separate my whites and my colors closed. You know what? First things first. Let's make the pie crust first. That's actually going to be a little bit more important than the pie filling here. So, let's do that real quick. So making pie is a very... making pie crust. Sorry. I have issues. Pie crust. Very easy to make. You need butter. And, a bowl. And if you want to know the secret sauce to making a good pumpkin pie... If you want to know the secret sauce to making a good pie filling... It is the secret sauce to make a good pie is the crust. If you have a shoddy crust, it's gonna be kind of a shoddy pie. You can make the best filling, but then it's like, oh, this crust is kind of mid. Or it's like very ashy, very wet. Butter. So when I make pie crust, I gotta make sure I differentiate. When I make pie crust, I use a very standardized kind of recipe that is very common in most kitchens that don't take pie seriously, I guess. Because there's some people that will put like cream cheese, cheese, or some random nonsense in their pies and whatnot. Me myself, that's too much work. And I also probably don't need to go that hard because I am making an apple pie at the end of the day. So the way I make apple pie, the way I make pie is the recipe of 3, 2, 1. 3 parts flour, 2 parts butter, 1 part water, and then a pinch of salt at the end, of course. But I will tell you some really fun tips. Some tips of how to make this the best pie possible that's really nice and crusty and crunchy. First things first, getting your fat measured. Your fat is much more important because it's probably the most important ingredient. It's the most expensive ingredient for one thing. So I'm going to measure out the butter I'm going to use. And then simply I'll just multiply everything by the specific kind of numbers to work with. So, 106. So that is 2 parts. So if I want to make that 3 parts, I gotta divide that by 2, which is, 53. So that's now 163 grams of flour I need to add. Easy math. So actually, the funny thing is, I'm actually going to measure it as is. 163 grams of all-purpose. 163? 103. 163, yes, okay. I had to do a double take real quick. 163 grams of all-purpose, there we go. I will now put in my salt. Very generous pinch I like to do. But here's the thing that is a little secret. If you had a food processor, this is the best thing to do. Because using a food processor, you can get better, little chunks of butter. And that makes your crust a lot more crunchy and crusty. But for me, I don't have a food processor anymore. So the next best thing to actually use is a cheese grater. You can also do it the, You can also do it the way how grandmothers do it, which is with a fork and all that. But although that does work, this works better because you have to do a lot less work. Now it is kind of funny when you think about I'm grating butter, but this makes it more fine. This makes it so it's easier to blend together. And yeah, this is just better overall. Trust me. It adds layers. You give your crust layers, and layers are very, very hard to do when it comes to crust and whatnot. Now, unfortunately, you also do have to take into account of, well, the butter that does stick here. Kinda do. And that's gonna be taken into account when I, when I inevitably, like, lose, like, 20 grams of this butter. Alright, so now, another thing when you make pie crust, minimize touching it with your hands. The more you touch it with your hands, the more you melt it. So this is where using a fork is ideal. That's a good idea to do. But I'm now going to use a bench scraper since that is the best thing I have right now. And I'm just gonna try and mix this all together until it becomes a kind of a shaggy dough. You know, it's always really funny when I do these streams because a part of me really doesn't feel like I want to actually explain this and that to you. Like, oh, you want to do this, you want to do that. It's kind of funny because, like, I know in my head no one really wants to hear that. But on the other side of my brain, it's like, ooh, it'd be really fun if he explained it though. So it's weird how my brain works. Anyways, you're probably wondering where that water comes in though, because as I've mentioned in my ratio of using pie crust, it's 3-to-1. Where's the 1? So this is where it's kind of funny because water is kind of a thing that you play by ear. Because this is where it's like, oh, it depends on weather, your temperature of your dough, and etc. Because, because you don't want to add too much water that gets wet, but you want enough water so it comes together. If you make it too wet, it won't get a nice flake. If you make it too dry, it's hard to work with. And also will be just a pain in the ass to work with, it's just pain. So, keep it in mind that we don't need that much water. I usually do like a tablespoon at a time, and then I kind of just blend it from there. Play it by ear. So obviously, as you can see here, that wasn't enough water. Another sprinkling here. I'm gonna add more. And honestly, that might be enough. Because I only need to add enough. Not a lot. Not a full 1 part. But enough to where it can come together. Actually, a part where I actually have to use my hands. So I can see if I can press it together, but it is still a bit of a shaggy mess. So, a little tablespoon here. And I can feel it. It's definitely coming together a bit more. But we can just do another little and there we go. Perfect. Any more, it'll be too wet. Any less, it'll be too dry. So now it's just barely coming together. It's still kind of crumply. But this is the ideal pie crust. And I also decided to wear a glove because I'm being a little baby, being a little bitch. There we go. Pie crust. Not that hard, very simple, and this should hopefully be enough for at least 1. If I have to make more, I will. Nice 3.141592, yeah. Thank you. I think it's also a really good 3.141592 dough as well. But now, since this dough is actually quite warm, relatively speaking, the best thing to do now is actually to let this cool even more. So I'm actually gonna throw this dough into my freezer so it can kind of chill out a bit. Fridge, not freezer. And I'm actually gonna clean this bowl out because now we can start working on pie, pumpkin pie. Okay. It's kind of funny when I think of like cooking streams and whatnot because I do like my anonymity. I like my privacy and all that. So you would think that I wouldn't chance it at all and use like a non-metallic bowl. I do not care when it comes to cooking because efficiency matters more than anonymity. Okay. So. Well, first things first now, I actually do have to actually weigh out the pumpkin here because I don't know how much pumpkin I have to work with. I need to know if I have to downsize the recipe or not. And since this pumpkin is what it is, why I bake it with the pumpkin, with skin on, because you can actually just kind of peel away at the skin. Kind of like how you could peel away at like a potato, if you will. It's all nice and soft, I don't have to worry or bother too much about it. So what I'm looking for is probably around 16 ounces. Usually when you get pie, like the canned pies and the, canned purees in the stores and whatnot, they usually are around 16 ounces. So I'm looking for that relative ballpark. 16 is what I'm looking for. If not 16, 15 is a good runner-up. So actually I'm just looking for a pound all day, 1 pound all day. Here, just being able to just peel off the skin though, it's kind of funny. But I imagine it is pretty much just like your any other butternut and soda squashes like that, and 16 ounces we got! Hell yeah. Actually, 16.8, so we are pretty much on the money. Okay, so this is also where the fun happens because, well, as you can see, it's not puree. So the question does arise, how do you make pumpkin into puree? A lot more simpler than you think. I get to use my favorite tool in the kitchen. My hand blender. Love this thing. So useful. So I am just going to plug this in and start blending. There you go. There we go. Pie. Puree. Pumpkin puree. Pumpkin puree is good and all, but it's not the end goal here. Our end goal is pumpkin pie. So I'm going to now add the following thing. Don't need the water anymore. Let's see. I need 3/4 of a cup. So that is 1/4 and a half. Got the bed. Go. Sugar. What else? The sugar. Oh, cinnamon. I need more cinnamon. Come on. Salt, ginger. Where's there's some need clove? Of course I need clove. Where's my ginger? Surprised I don't have any ground ginger. Sure, no, I'm sure I've ground. Let's see. Smoked salt. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. These, I think that's actually cinnamon. Paprika. Of all the things I don't have, ginger is apparently not one of them because I just found it. Alright. Happy days. You know, it's kind of funny. I wish I could use ginger for more cooking and whatnot. But I don't really like using powdered stuff anymore. It's just kind of a weird peak. Just because I'm of the idea of like, oh, using fresh is so much better, blah 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 blah. But it's not always the case. Sometimes if you just don't feel like getting the fresh, it is okay to go for the dry alternatives. It's okay to go for things that aren't high of quality. It's okay to go for stuff like that. Let's see. Sugars in, cinnamons in, salt, ginger, cloves, pumpkin, and I need evaporated milk. Well, I have sweetened condensed milk, but that's not the same. I've gotten into this situation before, and all I really need is actually just some cream. I use like a little less cream, but at the end of the day, I just need a little bit of I only need like, so this says 12. So actually I cut it back a bit because it's not evaporated, which evaporated is a little less. So I'm going to actually add like less. I'm gonna add like add $10.01, that works. And then on top of that, possibly the most important ingredient, because this is actually what makes the everything come like, what is it? What's the word here? It makes it all not gelatinized. I don't know what the word here is. Makes it all kind of like custardy, I think that's the word I want to use. But it's actually very important that I add this last because since that pumpkin pie filling is still very hot, it is really nice to actually add it at the end. Because as I mix everything together, it kind of cools it down. So now I'm gonna add the 1 egg and the second. Alright, there we go. I feel. A fairly small. This is kind of like a, oh, I'm going a really extra step here, but it kind of does matter. Because the thing about this is that when you make, what is it, pumpkin pie, the biggest issue with pumpkin pie is that it often, what's the word here? It can often sometimes get a bit too airy. So to help mitigate that, it's actually really good to actually like not stomp, but like hit down the hit this stuff down. I'll explain what I mean after I get this all in the bowl. So, one of the biggest enemies when it comes to custard pie fillings is air bubbles. Since this did a lot of pureeing and all that whatnot, there is a lot of air implemented into this. And it doesn't help that I'm continuing to do such. Yeah, there's already a lot of air bubbles and whatnot, so small little thing. A small little thing to do is to, well, cap it, but then to just give it a little bit of a tapping. Just to make sure that you kind of get all the air bubbles out. Just kind of tapping the top there. Tapping all the air bubbles out. I wish I could... I'm just realizing this too. I'm in kind of like a tutorial mode right now. Dumb. I don't know. Oh, I like cooking, I like doing that and this and that on stream, but my god, it's so boring when I get into like tutorial mode, because if you're using a live stream as a recipe book, I am sorry, I'm too lazy to edit out videos. Oh, thank you. I say it was strange. Actually, wait, I think Aeroson's kind of normal here. Wait a minute. Ooh. Drummer, Homer, Bart, and Arison was hidden. Hey, yeah, actually, I think you can actually revoke. No, you can unhide Arasan. I recognize Arasan. I recognize that user. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't remember exactly. But hey, give that guy a chance. If you don't know, okay, good. Thank you. I didn't want to say anything. They seemed like they were having their own little fun there, so. But I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the thought. I know him IRL. Fair enough. I do appreciate the vigilance. Everyone, thank you. I do appreciate the vigilance. But don't worry, whenever, I'll tell you when to shoot someone, so don't worry. Bush loves murdering people. He's my favorite Bush. He's my favorite feral Bush when it comes to, the maiming of people in YouTube and Twitch chat. So, don't worry, I'll let you know when we need to maim someone. But these two, they're fine. Now, take advantage of it. I will find you. And I'll dox you. For legal reasons. That is a joke. Alright, well, I can't really put this puree anywhere, so I'm just gonna kind of just put it out for now. Okay, well, gotta clean my... So, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, since I'm out of tutorial mode now... goddamn. Do you guys like apple pie more or pumpkin pie more? What's your flavor? What's your takes? What's your this? What's your that? Harrison told me to do that, by the way. Okay. I don't care. What are you, 6? He did it. Okay, come on, don't be a kid now. I don't really care. You only way to throw your bro under the bus like that. You know you got... Harrison, you know this guy's a good friend of yours now, huh? Throw you under the bus just like that? Damn, you're just gonna take that from him? I'm gonna go bye, Salty. Apple. Yeah, good. I'm not a real big fan about pumpkin pie too, so I'm glad that there are some fellow apple pie enjoyers in chat. Pumpkin pie peak? Pumpkin pie's okay. I just don't like it. It's not my thing. Honestly, I don't like custard pies. I think custard pies are kind of not my thing. Simply said, they're just not my thing. Pumpkins are okay, vegetables, but not as good as proper fruit or sweet dishes. Morana Revel, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Thank you for the subby on the YouTube side. Thank you. Apple's a little bit too sweet, which I do acknowledge. Apple pie can be too sweet. But that's why I make my own recipe. Well, that's why I've made my own recipe, because I don't like sweet apple pie. I like a balanced flavor of apple pie. So my apple pie filling is quite good, I will throw out there. Shilling. We love a little shill here. But it's not bad shill, because I don't get any benefit from this. I help you, which is the best kind of thing to happen. For free. Because I don't make money from that. I like to genuinely just show off these recipes because I think they're good. And they're also, above all else, fucking easy. They're really easy to do. And I'm not sure about you, but I like easy recipes. I like easy recipes that are not hard to do and taste great. something that is also bang for your buck as well. So there's that. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this camera. I forgot. I need to retape it because I guess it's getting a little old. But I don't want to do it right now because I'm currently using it, and I have the danger of unfortunately doing an unwarranted face reveal, which I do not feel like doing. As I have mentioned before, I enjoy my anonymity. You do not need to know what I look like, and if you want to know what I look like, I go to Offkai every year at this point. You can meet me there, and you'll probably get bread. Because I have the thing now at this point. I'm not sure if it's known. It would be funny if it was known. But every single time I go to Offkai, I like to give people bread. If you just talk to me, I give you bread for free. No strings attached. Doing something out of the kindness of my cold, cold, sad heart. I wish I had duct tape. This would be a lot better than this froggy tape. This froggy tape I have. That should, for now, the band-aid fix that I need for just this stream. Alright, well, enough semantics. Me and Stu gonna play something, have a good stream, bye. Cool, have fun. Hate the texture of pumpkin pie, as with I. I also just don't like the taste of it, too. That and also, pumpkin pie, the very straightforward kind of thing. Because pumpkin pie can only have, really the best topping you can put on pumpkin pie is just like, what is it? Whipped cream, and that's really it. But apple pie you can put a lot more on, so I like apple pie more because there's a lot more fun things you can add on top. Hell, if you really wanted to, you could even put sprinkles on top and a cherry, blah blah blah. Fruit for your fruit. Oh, hi June. My goodness. Hi June, hello, hello. How art thou? How art thou today? Congratulations, you've now hit the stream. Congratulations, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the chaos, welcome to the kitchen. May I not take your order, because I don't take orders. I only take strings of text. Alright. So this dough is cold enough. And I am just gonna roll these bad boys out. I don't feel the need, I'm just gonna mention and throw this out there. I don't feel like there is a necessity, a need, a rhyme nor reason to explain how to roll out pie crust. If I live in a world to where I need to explain the semantics of doing and rolling out pie dough, I am going to cry myself to sleep and worry about the entirety of humanity. Because it's such a brainless and easy thing to do, to pilot this fleshy body and be able to do it myself. It's like, it's not that hard. Darn, I would have ordered a slice of pie. Fortunately, even if you did order it, I can't. This is technically an order for someone else. My family. Flour. Ah, goddamn. So I actually didn't buy this. My parents bought this. And I like to be a little pedantic. I like to look at what kind of flowers and whatnot. I like to get a very specific kind of flower. I hate gold medal. I don't like gold medal flower. I don't think it's really that good. It's kind of like trash quality, if I do say so myself. But it's also and it's also bleached, and it doesn't actually have bleach. Bleaching is the process of making your flower a lot more white. But I just don't like it because it's like you don't need to do it. It's an unnecessary thing in concept, because if you just wait and be patient, you can whiten your flower or bleach your flower that way. But also I understand, because it's all about speed. It's all about speed and efficiency, but it doesn't always have to be that, you know? Can't it just be about good quality flower? Like basic necessity? Can't we just have the basics? Just be simple and good and work? Apparently not. Too much to ask for. Anyways, I don't know if this is actually enough pie crust, which I'm quite concerned. Hope so. I want to make this, but we will play it by ear, as I love to say. Actually, might just barely be enough. Just worried about it sticking. That's the more important thing. Because when it sticks, it tears, and when it tears, it gets sad. Ooh, it actually is big enough. Perfect. I was worried over nothing. Now the issue is trying to pick it up. Actually, I remember, because I'm a good baker, and I'm very resourceful and smart when I want to be. I know for a fact, I will mention this out loud, I'm using way too much flour. But this dough is still quite soft, so it's a little harder to work with. And it's more prone to sticking, unfortunately. So I have to be very delicate. If I work it too hard, it breaks. And when it breaks, I get sad. And when I get sad, I then get mad. So, it's a weird system. It's a very strange system. Sorry, I'm also kind of focused right now just because I want to make sure that this is good. The professionalism is, and the perfectionist side is me showing. To apologize. However, I do love my family, and I like to, whenever I do get the opportunity to make something for them, like whenever I make them bread, whenever I do this, whenever I do that, I do like to make sure that I put my foot in it. Like, I want to make sure that this is the best possible thing I can do for them. With the current resources and all that, etc. I want to make sure that this is good. And that they'll enjoy it. So I'm trying to put a little bit of heart in it. Gotta put in something that I don't have, you know? Not a lot of heart in this bowl. Pumpkin are an okay... Oh, I already read that. Actually, the thing is, pumpkins aren't vegetables. Fruits. If you really want to stretch the definition, you could say that they are a... You could... Not saying you should, but you could call them a berry, technically. Well, actually, no, they're technically a gourd. To be 100% transparent. They're not a berry, they are a gourd. Alright. Anyways. Gotta do one of the most important things when it comes to making pie. Docking. This makes it so it's a flat bottom. We like our flat bottoms here. The nice thing is, since this dough is quite soft and supple still, I can actually not need to put a lot of resistance here, just enough. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, why did I do that? Oh, I was gonna think like, oh, I could flip it over and get the extra flour out. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, anyway. Crisis averted. Now I'm gonna be smarter this time. I'm just gonna use a brush. Just simply brush all the flour out. Because I am a smart baker assistant that can use some semblance common sense. And since I'm making this for family, I can actually blow into it too. If I was making this for a client or something like that, I wouldn't be blowing into it. But since it's for family, it's alright if I put a few germs in it. And also, I'm not sick. So. Okay. Yeah, this is a fun thing I always try and do now. I've been doing like for a few years at this point. Love making pies. Low key, it's almost like a tradition for me at this point. Going to now do a very important thing. To do a blind baking so that it can hit the bottom. Okay, actually, I never remember this. Can someone look this up for me? Because I'm really stupid. For custard pies, do you blind bake it or do you not blind? No, you do blind bake it. You blind bake it. Of course you blind bake it because it's wet. You know what? I don't need to do that. I can throw this guy on top. But I do need to give this guy a bit of a grease. If I don't grease this, it's gonna stick, so it's very important that I do as such. You know, there's thinking about all this pie business too. What are you fellas doing for what is it? What are you fellas doing for the lads that are celebrating it, of course? What are you lads doing for Thanksgiving? Do you guys do anything at all? Cause I know like during this time there's other holidays going on, so I don't know. I'm asking for a friend here. Okay, I don't want to do that. I have to unfortunately waste parchment paper, which makes a little soul on the inside hurt because I'm wasting precious parchment paper. I gotta find also because I use another thing for this. I use the same lot of rice over and over and over again because the best way to actually keep this from like rising too much is putting like baker weights. That's the best thing to do. Those are the best things to use. But using rice or legumes or something like that actually works just as well. So I'm gonna press that down and blind bake this for like 15. So there's yet another ambiguity in berry. Well, for botanically speaking, I believe for something to be a berry, technically, it needs to have fruit. No, the seeds need to be inside of said fruit. But so technically, a pumpkin can be categorized as a fruit, but it's also, since there's other stuff inside of a pumpkin, like it's connected and all that weird mumbo jumbo, it's hollow on the inside. It is technically categorized as a gourd. But yes, having a feast with the family as usual. Very nice. Nice. So, when you lot do decide to actually have said feast, you guys have turkey, or do you guys have something else? Because I know a lot of people nowadays are kind of straying away from using turkey. Heavens knows why, honestly, because I think turkey is a suitable poultry. It is tasty. I quite enjoy the flavor of turkey. It's not offensive. Not the worst thing in the world, I'll definitely say. I think turkey is quite great when done right. But I think that's kind of the asterisk when it comes to cooking turkey, because fortunately, not many people know how to cook turkey correctly. And those same people don't actually know how to cook chicken correctly. Yes. If you can't cook chicken, you can't cook turkey. Gourd, pepo, a berry. Yes. But turkey is the main meat, though. I know some people will put, like, not just do turkey, they'll also do ham and other sort of stuff as well. Some people will do, like, prime rib or whatnot, or maybe I'm thinking about Christmas. But either way around it, a lot of people will do different kinds of protein. But, you know, the end-all be-all thing usually is a turkey. I just found out recently, well, recently as in last year, that actually some people do mac and cheese for Thanksgiving, which I found to be kind of interesting. I don't know. I thought it was always stuffing and mashed potatoes, you know? Never really mac and cheese to be one of those things, but it is, it's not weird actually, it's quite dense. It's easy. Pop it in the oven, you know, Bob's your uncle, you got a nice lovely thing to eat for the family, and it feeds a lot too, so there's that as well. So I can understand mac and cheese. And also it's quite nice for me, especially because I now have another option that I can make for my aforementioned cousin, because she unfortunately cannot consume wheat, or she will very, very upset. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone can realize, but hey, if you ever end up dusting too much flour like a dumbass like me, well, if you ever decide to be not smart like how I am right now, and you put too much flour on something, you can always use a pastry brush or a brush of some sort and very gently brush off any sort of extra residue. Anyways. Enough? Like this part, because I remember during like my culinary school days, I would always get this messed up. Quite funny, actually. Let's talk about my culinary school days, because I think I've mentioned this plenty of times, but when I did go to culinary school and whatnot, I actually did intend on actually being more pastry-centric. I did want to do stuff with breads, more or less. I wanted to do more stuff like pastry and pies and stuff like that, but I found out the majority of the courses were like cakes and ice cream and chocolate, and if you don't know anything about chocolate and working with chocolate, good for you. You don't have to worry about the horrors of cleaning your apron when there's chocolate on it. Once more, ew. That being said, I wasn't very much interested in that. I was more on the savory side, doing souffle, like savory souffles, or doing breads, savory pies, stuff like that. So that's why I ended up doing cooking to begin with. But it's really funny because during that time, the culinary lads and whatnot would very much, well, in our courses and whatnot, we would have a pastry unit. It is quite funny because the whole lot of people that were in culinary arts struggled with pastry work, and I just find that really funny because, like, on one hand, I understand why you would have trouble. On the other hand, cooking and baking are not too strange, not too far from the beating path from each other. You just gotta follow the recipe a bit more closely, and that's really it. But that being said, it's just so incredibly funny. So many of my colleagues just struggled and had a hard time with it, and it's like, I couldn't fathom it. I was skating on by with no problems whatsoever, and funny enough, for some reason, a lot of the other lot would come to me and go like, Salty, how do you do this? Because your thing looks so much better than me. And it's like, no, I don't. My thing does not look... Okay, it looks a little better. But, you are just being lazy. Which is kind of unfortunate. A lot of my class were a touch lazy. Granted, there was a lot of talented people still. There was a few diamonds in the rough. But unfortunately, the majority rule was lazy. I know that I was fairly ambitious during the first few years, but then I will acknowledge and say that I did get a little bit more lazy as the years went. I also kind of realized that, oh, I don't really need to do as much as I thought I needed to do anymore, so there's that. So yeah. Oh, I never set a timer. A little late to the party, but I'll put on a timer for 5 minutes and see what happens. Anyways, as that one's baking, I'm throwing this guy in graters. Actually, it's very ideal to actually rest your dough before you actually bake it. I just don't care that much because I don't really notice too much of a difference, really. So there's that. Alright, time to clean up. Because we're going to have a lot of free time fairly soon here. The first pie I'm actually going to end up filling. I'm going to first fill up the pumpkin pie. The pumpkin pie is something that is going to inherently take more time. The custard needs to set up, this and that, and all that whatnot, so it's just best to put that in check. And then we can actually work on that, gamer bread, which is going to be quite fun to do. My brain went to grabbing a fan for something to take the flour off. Honestly, a fan might be better. It might be better, but it depends on the fan. Like, if you're talking about like a normal like fan, then I guess that's fine. It's just that it's a little obstructive. It's very big, obviously, so it just gets in the way. But I don't see how that wouldn't work, I guess. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up here. Doing like how those cooking TikToks and whatnot, to where they're always like, you know, they always like spray their stuff and like using their bench scraper, like, ooh, bench scrapers, squirt, 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 bench scrapers, squirt, 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 and stuff like that. To be fair, using a bench scraper is always a great tool to have. Or, sorry, a bowl scraper. A bowl scraper, bench scraper. Okay, I gotta be stupid. Bench scraper, usually made of metal. Bowl scraper, usually for plastic, and usually good for wrapping, like bending around a bowl to scrape a bowl. They're both the same thing, and they both do the same. Can do the same thing. However, a bench scraper cannot, because it's made of metal and cannot bend. The sky is blue, the ocean is wet, you know. You know me, just gotta say the most obvious things in the world. Knife. Hampton Forge. 8-inch, 20 centimeters slicer. This thing sucks. I don't really like using slicing knives. I feel like they're a little I honestly think that slicing knives are kind of old-fashioned. Not really that grand, they're not very that good or useful. But I'd rather just use a chef knife. Though I'm not really sure, I don't really know the difference between the two, or I haven't noted a difference between the two. They both work just fine, so. There are some knives, okay, this is gonna be maybe a bit of a take. For people that do love cooking and also do cook a lot. But I have a bit of a take. There's a lot of knives that are very much things that you definitely need. Like a chef knife is the first and foremost knife you must get. But there's other knives, like there's a slicing knife, there's a boning knife, there's a fillet knife, a utility knife, a bread knife, serrated knife, boning knife. What is it? A paring knife. There's a lot of knives in the world in the kitchen and all that whatnot. And I gotta say, a whole lot of them are very useless. I personally don't like using a paring knife because I think it's useless. I can just use a chef knife perfectly fine. And usually the things that I need to use a paring knife for, I really don't need to. There's another tool I can use instead. Slicing knives are just kind of too niche for me to use. I don't use them enough to constitute the need. But honestly, the only two knives you need if you are wanting to be a good cook on a budget, you need 2 knives, maybe 3. You need a chef's knife, a good chef's knife, and a serrated knife or a bread knife. If you really want to make sure that you can save money and you like buy whole chickens and this and that, a boning knife works very nicely to like fabricate and cut around bones and stuff like that. So there's that. That being said, my timer went off, so I'm gonna go fetch our boy. And it looks pretty good. Just made an issue and I've realized the folly of my mistakes. That I should have put this under it because now I have to unfortunately from the wired rack here. Carry was flipping a lot. Alright, I'm gonna either be very upset or I'm gonna feel very cool. Well, I don't feel very cool, but I do feel very much gratified. Okay. Blind baking, step 1 has been done. But if you look at the bottom of the pastry, it's still wet, so I'm gonna just dry it out. Gotta have the right tool for the right job. Yeah! But you see, you don't always need the right tool for the exact job, if you will. Like, there are very little reasons for me to use a utility knife because it's just a bigger paring knife and I think utility knives are a waste of metal. What is it? A paring knife I just don't have. I never use. There's never a use for me to use a paring knife. Like, what am I going to use a paring knife for? Cutting an orange? I can just cut an orange with my knife. But even at that, if I'm going to cut an orange, I'm not going to cut an orange because I can just peel it open, you know? It's useless. It's redundant. There's a redundancy. Occam's razor, if you will. So it's not necessary, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. It's just, I don't need it, you know? I never find the use for it. But like, oh, I want to cut a carrot. You need to peel it, and then you need to dice it. Dicing it is best with a chef knife. When you use a paring knife or utility knife, you don't have much control and you are more prone to cutting yourself. It is not just harder to use a paring knife, but it is also not as safe as using a chef knife, which is really funny. The small knife versus big knife, you think the big knife is more dangerous, but it's not because you have more control, you have more leeway with it and all that. But the bigger knife is safer. It's just like how it's funny that a sharp knife is actually less dangerous than a dull knife. With a dull knife, you have the tendency to put a little bit more force into it. And, you know, sometimes you can slip and cut yourself. You can slip and cut yourself when you cut a slice with a sharp knife and all that whatnot. But if you have a good sharp knife, you're cutting all the way through and you're not worrying about, oh, is it going to cut all the way through or not? Because it's going to cut through. So, you know, a sharp knife is very safe to have versus a dull knife. Because a dull knife tends to get yourself a bit of injury. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. We are now going to continue talking about pie. So I've been talking to one of my coworkers about pie, and I believe I've had this talk before with chat before. Oh, it's nice and dry now, so it's perfect. Ready to go. But I also want to blind bake my other pie first. This guy, put him here. Anyways, as I start loading this pie in, I've had a debate with my one coworker. Because it's a small thing to know, but do you ever think how weird it is? How we have your apple pies, your pumpkin pies, your rhubarb pies, your key lime pies, your lemon meringue pies, and all this and that. But nowhere in sight there's like there's your strawberry pies. Hell, you have blueberry pies and like cherry pies, but nowhere in sight do I ever hear the whereabouts or the acknowledgement or even the usage of cherry pies. None of the sort. I mean, not cherry pies. Strawberry pies. Or like, okay, I was gonna say watermelon pies, but there is a very good reason why you don't make watermelon pies, because it is very wet. Though to be fair, I know there are recipes for water pies, so I guess if you're a psychopath and you like water that much and you really need water that badly in your diet, then I guess. But at that, it's just so there's once more. There is a sense of redundancy. I don't know why I talk about redundancy. I don't know that's now in my brain now. I can't think of anything but redundancy now. Strawberry pies are delicious. I have never heard of a strawberry pie. Well, okay, I have never seen a strawberry pie. I've never seen one in the stores. I've never seen one in orchards. I've never even seen any in a strawberry orchard. So I just am prone to believe that strawberry pies just aren't a mainstream thing. They do not exist. And if they do exist, grand. I just wish they were more existent. I hear them in my sleep. I hope that they come back eventually. This is life, I guess. Gotta make them yourself then, lol. Well, that's the funny thing. I don't like strawberries. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I just don't like strawberries. Well, okay, I like strawberries that are not store-bought. Every single time I get store-bought strawberries, I'm disappointed. Because they're always tart and sour, and they don't taste good. I'd rather have raspberries, or blackberries, or raspberries, or any berry other than a strawberry. Actually, technically strawberries aren't berries, but I digress. That's a whole conversation we can talk about if you want to talk about semantics of strawberries not being berries, but then watermelons are technically berries in that sense, and then
how pumpkins are considered berries in one regard, but are once more gourds. We can talk about this all night, but I don't feel like talking about it. Unless someone wants to talk about it all night, then I will be more than glad to indulge on this, but not something I want to talk about because I am lazy. You know what's kind of funny? I'm looking at this labeling here. Cook before sneaking a taste. Raw flour. Please cook before enjoying. Gotta ask the question here. Who's eating raw flour? Who's eating cups of flour? Why? Who is eating cups of flour? People who like cookie dough. I understand it's that. But the wording here implies that people just shovel in like handfuls, like they just go like, oh, you know, they just get all that flour and just like eat it all. You? I'm gonna say this as nicely as I can to you, okay? Stop. Stop that. Eating flour is very bad. That's how you get, I think, E. coli. I think that's one of the things. There's a whole plethora of things you can get from eating raw flour. I just don't remember all the semantics. I do remember one of the semantics is E. coli, I think? So unless you want the shits, go at it. But I would like to imagine that you lot like to not sit on the porcelain throne for any more than a minute. If not a minute, then 30 seconds. I think it's one of the most annoying things that humans have to do. Why? Why must I use the restroom every 2 hours or so, or 3 hours, or I don't know. I don't what's like the average time someone uses the restroom? I don't know. Questions I don't need answers to. Please do not answer. Thank you. Oh, yeah. That's another thing we can do right now, since we are waiting for that to blank. Oh boy. I need myself a drink. And I have gotten myself here a lovely 28-ounce bottle of Gatorade. Not just any Gatorade. This is Glacier Freeze Gatorade. It's really blue and really cyan. It is very much blue flavored. And you know, we're gonna make that neat bread. So we're gonna do that right now. It'd be really funny to make this bread and then call out like, hey, I made you into bread. So, but here's the funny thing in mind when I make this bread. I want this to be the easiest goddamn laziest bread someone can make. You could just be the laziest person in the world, but you could still easily make this bread. And that is the goal with this bread recipe. So, I'm going to make this is going to be the easiest recipe I make, because usually it's like, oh, you want to do this, and you want to do that, and mix it like this, and then add that. No, we are doing a very simple way of making bread, but it is also going to be a very nice way of making bread. We are doing a straight dough mixing method. It's not the best way to make bread, because it's kind of it's just there's better ways, procedures, technique. The technique about a straight mixing method is that there is no technique, and it's very lazy. But this recipe should be designed in such a way that it is very easy to do it like this. So, I need 420 grams of bread flour.
Honestly, I should do this on all purpose because ain't no way in hell someone has bread flour at the ready. Though at the same time, I'm still gonna go a little bit further than the average person. You could probably use bread. Okay, so there is actually a substantial difference. And I will bring that to light. If you like a chewy bread that gives you a bit of give, then I would recommend you use bread flour. However, if you like a nice, soft, tender piece of bread that is more akin to like your sandwich breads that you buy at the supermarkets, use all purpose. I like chewy breads, and I like bread. Like bread. So I am going to be using bread flour. That makes sense, right? I hope it does, because that's the yeah. Right? 4 grams of salt, 4 grams of yeast, which is like a teaspoon, I believe. That's a teaspoon, give or take. Then I need 20 grams of sugar. So this is also very important for this recipe because there are actually 2 kinds of yeast. Well, technically 3 kinds of yeast in this world. 2 of them are the most available. The other one is more for professional kitchens and whatnot. So the thing for professional kitchens, which I haven't really had the pleasure of using just yet, but it is fresh yeast. Apparently, you don't need to activate it. All you do is just throw it into a mixer and there you go. Bob's your uncle, I guess. But for the commercial use of yeast, what we have access to, it's active yeast and then active yeast. Very important, I gotta write this down, but you need instant active yeast. Instant active yeast is the lazy man's way to make bread. So I will call myself out as lazy because I make lazy men bread. Anyways, 240 grams of oh, this feels horrible. 240 grams of Gatorade. Oh boy, I hope that Tumblr post didn't age like milk, and I hope this does work. Because I remember there is a Tumblr post back in the time to where there's like, oh, I made Gatorade bread and it's actually one of the best breads I ever made, blah blah blah. Anyways, cheers. I'm gonna drink some because I gotta do a test here. Gotta make sure it's not poisonous. Yeah, that's Gatorade. Nothing else. That is Gatorade. 42 grams of oil. All is said and done. There you go. And now I just mix it by hand. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. It looks like there's some chemical reaction happening, and I am quite concerned. Alright. That should be fine, it should be grand. Well, one could definitely say if you were to make this bread and if you were to eat it, you'll definitely be hydrated. It looks less appetizing than ordinary dough. To be fair, I don't believe dough is supposed to be appetizing to begin with, but I understand what you're saying. So, yes, agree. Honestly, gotta say it, what doesn't look appetizing about this? It now has mysteriously disappeared into the dough. We no longer have, it's no longer blue. It is now normal dough. Ooh, like nothing happened. Magic. Okay, now that makes it, now that it's mixed, it looks better. Agreed. This kind of is giving me the vibes of when I did the Capri Sun bread. Cause the Capri Sun bread, you might think sounds weird, but then you realize once you mix it together, the liquid for Capri Sun is clear with a tint of red. This is blue, like egregiously blue. Like, holy shit, why is it so blue? But now it has seemingly miraculously disappeared into said dough. Am I concerned? A little. Am I surprised? Oh, very much so, yes. I'm concerned, surprised, displeased, but also now I'm kind of just having to deal with what I got, because I've made this monster and now I must see it through. I've made this creation, and you know, I love all my bread. All the good ones, all the bad ones, all the ones that like I really don't think should exist. But they're all bread, and I love them all the same. Like children, yes. Maybe not children, because that would imply that being children is a very heartfelt thing that normal people do. But also, to be fair, I'm not a person guy, so there's a line to. But I still have some sense of morality deeply coded inside, to where it's like, you should not eat a juvenile unless they're beef, because veal kind of goes hard. I do enjoy myself a nice veal chop. Actually, I'm thinking about this now. I have a veal chop. Would love to make, and then at Mip, because I know Mip is German, and that is very German. We have lemon too, which is. Anyways, there we go. That's the gamer bread. We're done now. Now we just gotta wait for that to rest. It's just that easy. And almost like clockwork, this is ready to come out. Well, come out in the sense of taking that out. And wow, look at that. Perfectly dried, actually. I throw it in just for a few more moments, just to make sure it's nice and dried out for sure, for real, for sure. On God, I guess. I don't know. I think I need to drink some Gatorade because I actually gotta mention, my throat is actually getting quite strained. I'm not sure how long I've been streaming today, but I'm kind of feel my throat feels tired, raspy even. So I'm just gonna take a little sip here. Cheers, guys. You know, this is a question I'm now thinking about too. What does Gatorade taste? What does what does blue taste like? I'm really trying to think right now. What does Glacier Blue taste like? Because honestly, I'm trying to think right now, and I cannot put my finger on it. I want to put my finger on it, but I can't think. What's the flavor of it? Alright, well, contemplating that aside. Oh, that's pretty good though. Contemplations aside, we now have our pie crust. One's dried, the other's also dried. Synthetic berry flavor. I mean, I guess if you want to be exact, yeah. But when I ask, what does it taste like? What kind of berry? Because it doesn't taste like blueberry. It doesn't taste like grape. And first of all, blueberries aren't blue. They are purple on the outside and green on the inside. I didn't name these fruits, but whoever named these fruits is goddamn dumb or colorblind. It doesn't taste like any real berry. Exactly. But it still makes you wonder and ponder. What is it supposed to taste like? Alright. Have our Voyager or our pumpkin pie. It is going to go into said oven now. And yeah, we're gonna send it on its way. Into the great beyond, to its final journey, and to... Wow, it's actually quite reflective. Quite funny, isn't it? Into the great beyond this guy goes. He's gonna be baked for 40 minutes, I think. So, alright, you've done your job. Okay. Into oven. Go. Kill. Head. Very gently, like a newborn child. Throw the child into said oven. Place it very carefully inside. Children. I'm gonna have that cleared. I don't need children. Anyways, let's talk about apple pie. Apple pie is quite funny, it is, because when it comes to apple pie, there's nothing really to bake, because it's just only apples are going in. Quite straightforward, you know? And since this is cooled off now, it is quite nice. I'm gonna just now try to make sure that it's all nicely layered inside. The layers are quite important. Usually, if you were to use raw apples, this is very important so that it can actually be all nice and flat. I do like using gloves for this, or you could be not a baby like how I am right now and just use your goddamn hands. But I am unfortunately a baby, and I just don't feel like cleaning my hands 20 times today. So I'm going to be layering it in very gently. A lot of love and care and shit, I don't know, magic. Also trying to squeeze out any and all liquid here. The less liquid, the better. Not the case for the wetter the better here. The wetter, the worse it actually can be, because that will actually diminish the quality of crust. But yeah, I think I've definitely done the right amount of apples, funny enough. Which is nice, because I usually have a very bad track record of doing too little apple. Actually, it looks like I did just enough, which is very pleasant, very nice to see. I am now thinking about apples, and now I have to pop the most important question of all time here, lads. This is life or death, okay? What is, objectively speaking, the best apple, and why? I swear, if any of you lot do say a thing, I'm gonna be fairly upset. But I will let you all have your opinion on this matter. Because I have a very strong opinion. Though at the same time, to be fair, when it comes to apples, there are different categories of like good. So I guess let me lay the groundwork here. What is the best eating apple? What is the best apple just to eat? There you go. We'll make it simple. What is the best eating apple? If any one of you says Empire Red Delicious, I think you do. I think you need to leave. I don't know baking apples. Well, don't worry. Just what's a good eating apple? What's an apple that you like to eat? This is surely a simple question, and a question that you all would have a good opinion on. I like McCount when they're fresh. I don't know what a McCount is. We're talking like Macintosh? Or is it like a regional apple? Because you probably don't live in America, do you? Okay. Oh, I'm so happy about what I gotta do next here. Because I think I've had this in my fridge for I don't know how long. But now it's finally gonna get it used. Because I have a whole bunch of this streusel toppings that I haven't used, period. Well, I haven't used in a long time. But the nice thing about streusel topping is that it's flour, sugar, and butter. So it doesn't necessarily go bad. So that's a plus. But I've been meaning to use this, and I'm very happy to finally use it. Now this is kind of a fun thing though, because it's not your average streusel topping. It is going to be a pistachio streusel topping. I think pistachios are a delicious thing. I think they are great. I feel like they need to be used more often in cooking. So I got some raw pistachios here, and I'm just going to crush them. The best way to crush them is to simply actually just get a plastic bag, get a sturdy pan, put the nuts in the bag. Nuts in the bag. You put the nuts in the bag, and then flatten it out and smash. I will mention it is actually fairly important to actually smash them versus like blending them in a blender, because if you blend it into a blender it becomes too powdery and then it becomes like ashy, and it's kind of not very pleasant when you cook it off because it gets too toasted and gets this bitter kind of flavor to it. Not very nice. So getting it to a kind of pulverized sort of version like this, to where it is quite literally crushed with very little bits of debris, it is actually a lot nicer. It doesn't really get ashy. It still has this great flavor. And I'm just gonna do kind of even parts. Maybe use all of this because I want to. That is the ideal world. But unfortunately, we do not live in said ideal world. So here we go. The streusel right here is also just like butter, flour, brown sugar, cinnamon. So yeah, instead of, if you want the recipe for that, it's just flour, brown sugar, cinnamon, butter, and then it's just like, I put pistachios in it too, because I like pistachios. Big. Alright. just gotta top it. And I actually end up using all of this. Good. Finally. Finally. It truly is a monopoly. Yeah, I put this topping on. The funny thing about this apple pie is that it's done. That is my pistachio. Okay, that is my vanilla bourbon apple pie with a streusel pistachio streusel topping. Very nice. If I do say so myself, it's quite yummy. Yummers even. And yeah, whenever I want to start to bake this off, I just throw it in the oven for like 15 minutes, and then yeah, that's it. Nothing to it. Alright. Well, this isn't working, so go in the oven just like that. I'm gonna put tinfoil on top and call it a day. Howdy, Argent. Look, I have made an apple pie with streusel topping, but not your any other than ordinary streusel topping. It is, or apple pie in that matter, it is a vanilla bourbon apple pie with a pistachio streusel topping. It's quite nice. Fancy, even. Yeah, I'm gonna put this bad boy in my refrigerator. In your... Ooh, that sounds good. I hope it tastes good. Like the filling tasted immaculate, it tasted great, but it's one of those things where it's like, wow, that does taste good. All the components taste good by itself. But when it comes together, who's to say? I will give you guys an update when I do actually eat it. But for now, I know what, like... So now, actually, I'm gonna take this moment here. I got a lot of time here. I actually need to do some just general maintenance now. Not maintenance, but like housework. So like, you know, remember these things the other day. I need to vacuum seal them because I don't think I'm gonna be able to use it within the recent times here. I gotta go study for my Java exam for tomorrow, so later, Salty. I hope the pie tastes nice. Oh, I hope so too. But have fun. Good luck on your exams. Not Easter. Thanksgiving break is fairly close, so hey, hip hip hooray. You know, honestly, I've been thinking about school recently too. Like many things. Just been thinking about stuff and things. It sounds very Stockholm-y to say, but I kind of low-key miss going to school. It's weird. It feels like Stockholm Syndrome because, you know, for the longest time it's like, oh, I can't wait to get out. I can't wait to get out. I can't wait to get out and all that whatnot. Now that I'm out, it's like, let me back in. Let me back in. Let me back in. Me too. I've been thinking about going back too. Okay, well, hold on. I'm not saying I'm gonna go back now. I don't have the budget to go back, unfortunately. As much as I would love to go to a school, I am too broke to afford it. Like, honestly, I would love to go to a business school. I think learning business would be very valuable for me. I could learn a bit about stuff. Maybe I could actually open up my bakery. Because when it comes to opening up, like, food and whatnot, the most difficult thing is actually the finances and business parts. And, well, the one business class I got during my college wasn't exactly the most fulfilling. I will say, I did have a, a law class. That guy was so good. There was a teacher that taught that, and he was so good. I actually really was interested in what he was talking about. Which is not very much a common thing you can talk about with law, I imagine. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put this in the camera. But look at how beautiful this ground beef is. Can I have someone else appreciate this with me of how beautiful that looks? I think it looks amazing. I think it just looks nice. Very nice. Thank you. I want to learn languages. You know, I believe Q, you know, in the server, she actually is also taking a class on languages and whatnot. So, I don't know. Maybe you can get some insight from her. She's a lot more smarter and stuff like that, so I imagine she could probably give you some insight of maybe how expensive or inexpensive it may be. 23. This is, oh wait, I gotta probably put how much this is, because this is like around, ounce? No, like a pound. I want to learn German, Russian, Japanese, Korean, and maybe some of the languages from China. Bit of Mandarin? Good luck to you on that one. Mandarin's not exactly an easy thing to learn, so that is a very monumental thing that you would have to set yourself up for. Wish you luck for that. I will say, I'm just gonna throw it out there, since I also was able to do this. But if you want to learn Hangul or Korean, you can actually learn that on your own. Hangul is very easy to learn. But the issue about learning a language, this is just the thing about learning a language in general, is your utility of said language. How much do you use it? Do you use it at all? Do you plan to use it? Etc. and etc. The more exposure you get to practicing a language, the better you are going to be inherently at doing that language. I know the Hangul alphabet at this point. I know the majority of the characters, how they work, the vowels and constants and all that stuff, because funny enough, the alphabet when it comes to Hangul is an actual alphabet, for one thing. It's fairly easy to follow. So I would recommend, if you really want to learn Hangul, check out the alphabet, try and self-teach yourself, use Duolingo on the computer, because Duolingo on the computer will let you make as many fails as you want. But just learn the basics with Hangul. Honestly, I think the thing about Hangul, not Hangul, but like learning languages, the hardest thing about learning a language is grammar. I think learning a the grammar of a learning grammar is a lot more difficult than actually learning. What is it? Learning a language is a lot more difficult than learning No, learning the grammar is a lot more difficult because that's how you actually make sentences into like, well, sentences to make it sound like you actually sound like a normal human being instead of like a baby. Because I know for one thing, as I love to talk and mention them very often, my my original creator. Hold on, wait. I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? What were we talking about? I was talking about my original creator, and I don't know what was the context here. Why am I talking about my original creator? Languages. I can't remember. I would probably have to check back on what I was talking about because I blanked. I don't know. Making me hungry. Well, I'm probably gonna make you more hungry soon because I kinda. Wait, do I even have any? Oh, I do. That was pretty much gonna be like. Oh. Oh. That. Theme. I was trying to figure out what am I gonna eat because well, I didn't know if I was gonna have curry or whatnot, and if I could have curry I would have made rice, but I already have rice, my emergency rice here. It's always good to have emergency rice on standby, you know, because like what if you don't want to eat rice? Well, if you don't want to cook rice but you want some subpar rice, emergency rice. I popped in microwave for like 2 minutes and it's all good. It's not the best thing, it's not as good as fresh rice, but it does suffice. Eat pie? Well, I can't. If I haven't mentioned it already, this pie is not intended to be eaten today. To be honest with you, I'm just trying to show you how I make pie, more or less. But eating the pie today was not really the intention. Because, as I've mentioned at the earliest of today's stream, this pie, all of what I'm doing is for Thanksgiving. And you know, Thanksgiving is not tomorrow, not today, not the next day. It is going to be Thursday. So. That, and also, I'm gonna say, eating pie for, like, dinner just doesn't seem like something I want to exactly do. Not really my thing, so I'm gonna say I have to pass on that. And also, once more, to mention, I haven't eaten anything all day, so I would like to have at least a somewhat applicably delicious subpar meal, at least. It doesn't have to be like steak au poivre, it doesn't have to be like something 5 course or anything like that. I just need something in this sad little stomach of mine. Something. Just anything. I have pizza right now. Pizza does sound nice. But you know what sounds better than pizza? Red curry. One of my fellow colleagues at my job gave me an entire quart of red curry. So, today definitely seems like a very nice day to have tucker down and have some nice red curry. We love doing a bit of maintenance here. Also, I'm very excited to use this ground pork here, because this is like really premium ground pork. This is pork belly ground. This is pork belly mince. And if you don't know what makes that so special, you need to go eat some pork belly. Not very haram, so be careful about that. But, no, not very halal. It's very haram, sorry. But, my God. I love pork belly. I love pork belly. It's gonna be so fatty, gonna have so much flavor, so yeah. This might be heresy, but I've never had curry. I mean, that's not... I will be honest, and I feel it is safe to say that curry is one of those things that you don't really... If you don't really eat it, you're not gonna really go after it. But that being said, I'm gonna hopefully try to remember that, because if you never had curry before, when we go to Alfkai, we should go get yourself a bowl of curry. Or if we can find any of them. Curry is a lovely, lovely, delicious thing. It's very spice. Sounds like a plan. Good. Curry stream when? You know what? I should do a curry stream. It would be very fun. Now, it's the question of what kind of curry do I make? No, actually, wait. We've done a curry stream. Remember, the croissant curry stream we've done. We made our own curry, what is it? Curry pellets. Brown curry pellets. And that curry was actually quite delicious. It was quite good. But, that aside... That aside, we've made curry before already, and I would need to think about what kind of curry do I even want to make next. Because I know I make a pretty damn good green curry. I've been told that I make a pretty good curry. Though I will say, with me making this curry that I've made, with this curry I've made, the person that said that I make really goddamn good curry, like, this is also the same colleague that made this curry, this red curry. He said that it was a pretty damn good curry. And the thing about that, the value of what he says, is that this guy is Asian as fuck, man. He's he's from, I think he's from Thailand, or Taiwan. No, he's from Thailand, I think. Very Asian. Very, very Asian. But he's very, very kind and all that stuff. But the thing is when, you know, when an Asian, like a real Asian says, oh yeah, you make really good A, B, and C, you know you're doing something right. So, yeah, from a real, dignified, born and raised, I believe, Asian, I've been told that I make good curry. And as I have mentioned before, I am whitewashed as fuck. So, the idea that I can make curry good, that's a good thing. But anyways, it's dinner time. I'm starving. I need some sustenance. And the man's, he makes great curry. Unfortunately, for the curry I have to make, I make good curry at that. But unfortunately, I have to do some heresy to make this curry because unfortunately I have to use breast and I cannot use thigh. I'm not sure about you lot, but I think cooking something like this with breast is complete heresy. And I think it's just dumb. That's like making that's like me trying to convince you like, oh yeah, making a beef stew. It's a great idea to use filet mignon and not like chuck or anything like that. It's like that. Like, why the hell would you use such a high-end piece of meat to make you're just wasting money, essentially, you know? You're wasting your time, you're wasting your money when you could be doing something, you could be making like a nice steak dinner, or if you really wanted to stew something down and you wanted to use filet mignon, make beef stroganoff. Do something like that. I don't know. Anyways, Argent, I can show you what curry is kinda supposed to look like. Granted, there's other things that this is missing, like some good fresh Thai basil, maybe some cilantro if you went to that. Sriracha. Oh, wait, that's sriracha. It's not real sriracha, but it's Roland's sriracha. Not the real as fuck stuff, but it is sufficient. Leave that. Simmer. I want that to get naked. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Actually, you know what? I don't want sriracha. I'm not doing that because something about this feels wrong. But anyways, you know what we can do? We can take this time to do another check on the kimchi. Now, in theory, this should be the last day to check on the kimchi. This should be the last check. This has been fermenting for at least a week. Usually, I don't ferment my kimchi for this long. I usually ferment it for around probably, safe to say, 3 days. But it's cold, so it's I have to try and prolong that a bit more. That being said, this has been looking. Ooh, it's so bubbly. You can't really see it because the camera's not that good. I'm sorry, but it is kind of bubbling up here, which is good because that means fermentation's happening. Although it's not really not really the best test. What temperature is it fermenting at? Like 70. Since it's not fermenting, was it? It's kind of up and down. The weather just the temperature of the room constantly changes because baking all the time. But I digress. Anyways, I'm gonna taste it though. The top isn't really the best. It would be best to taste in the bottom or something like that, but I'm lazy. Alright. Actually, that is... Whoa. That's delicious. Ooh, wait, it just hit the back of my throat now. Boom. But... Okay. No, this is actually delicious though. And as much as I hate to say it out loud, I'm not really the biggest fan of kimchi some days. I definitely have to be in the mood for it sometimes. But this is actually phenomenally delicious. Because it's like... It's sweet, it's gingery, it's garlicky. There's a touch of sour. that capsaicin hits just right. It's good. That's just delicious right there. And I'm not sure you can see. Oh, I press down on it very hard here, but there are a lot of bubbles. It's kind of bubbly. Yeah, there's a lot of fermentation happening in this thing. I'm actually I'm gonna have a little taste of the brine. I think that seems like a correct thing to do. The cabbage is one thing, but tasting the brine itself is also fairly important, I imagine. Let's see. No, that's good. Ooh. It's sweet, it's gingery. Ooh. If I only had like a pot that you could ferment kimchi in, this would be perfect for that. But I actually do think I'm going to stop it for now. That's good. That's good. Good. That's good. That's good. Good fermented flavor. It's tasty. It's like it has a nice flavor. It's just nice. It's just good. It's spicy. It's kind of. It's just everything I would want. It's spicy. There's still a bit of crunch. Plenty of brine. And now I can continue to actually slowly age it, if you will. Because I have my little box here. And then I just kind of let this sit in my refrigerator until I remember it. Actually, as I am lidding this up, I can probably actually take the opportunity to get a good taste on the stuff on the bottom there. Hi, Bush. Nice to see you. There he is. There's my favorite little piece of shrubbery. There's my man's. Ooh. Yeah, that's nice. Ooh, I can hear the. Okay, I'm not sure if my microphone will pick this up, but we'll see. It's like I can hear like the CO2 of it, I guess. CO2? Whatever. I can hear like the gases like escaping from the layers here. So there has been a very slow ferment on it. But yeah, anyways, around it. This kimchi is probably the best kimchi I've made. Which is saying something, because I've been told that I make really good kimchi. Which is really funny, because it's just kind of in my blood, I guess. I've never learned how to make kimchi from like, I don't know, family or anything like that. Like I don't know fuck all of what I'm doing. When I make kimchi, I just kind of wing it. But that being said, I've been told that I make really good goddamn kimchi as well. So yeah. Fortunately, this is I've kind of filled up my one thing here, so I'm trying to now break this in half. You know, going to now cap this, lock it, put that away, and then I need to go. Fortunate, we're going to use some of these quartz. I don't like using these plastic quartz just because they have they're just not the best things to use because the plastic it can get into things. Blah 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 blah. But it's all I have, unfortunately, so it is gonna have to suffice. Honestly, now that I think about it, you know something I actually should have done with this batch of kimchi? Should have actually, what is it? I should have actually put a bit of my last batch of kimchi into this kimchi. Just so that could actually help jumpstart the fermentation. Didn't think about doing that until now. Yeah, but this is like a lot of kimchi, and that's nice. If anything, this might hold me over for at least the entire year. Yeah, this stream's kind of going everywhere today, huh? First of all, I was making pie. Now I was talking about and making curry, and the next thing you know, and I'm what is it? Now I'm just finishing up the kimchi I made last week. Kind of weird how this stream goes. My stream goes sometimes, huh? It's all in my hand. It got on. It's all on me. It's like an infection. Ooh. I don't want to just get rid of this brine though, which is why I'm kind of being a little antsy about, because the brine is really good, especially when I make kimchi jjigae. I think that's how you pronounce it. Kimchi jjigae? I can't pronounce it. I'm not Korean. I am Korean, but not Korean enough. It does require a lot of brine. Jjigae? That's what I see. I'm sorry. I just see jjigae. And I just can't, unfortunately, pronounce it. I do apologize. Oh, jjigae. Is it just jjigae? Okay, thank you. I'm glad that there is a professional Korean in chat. Ugh. I'm not really so disgusted that I got the brine on something. It's more or less now that it's gonna stink. Now granted it's kimchi, so it's not the worst thing, but still. Early stage fermented kimchi can have a unique waft. Which is also safe to say that the, what is it? Safe to say that my trash can is definitely gonna need to make its way out today. Because there's a lot of the paper towel I'm using going into that trash can, and it is going to not just smell, but unfortunately it would bring a lot of flies. I'm gonna say water vapor. Well, if you use the gas stove, it says CO2. I'm yapping. I'm sorry, Bush. I'm just like occupying my brain space with kimchiing. I'm just kimchiing around. Listen, I love you, Bush, as a brother, but I have to embrace my heritage because, as I love to continually say, I'm whitewashed as fuck. I need to try and embrace any sense of culture I can. Because I want to be more in tune to myself, to my true self. And kimchi and cooking is the best way for me to do that, and then talking to my original creator. So. It's okay. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm recalling this. But, kimchi, CO2 isn't from fermentation, is it? I don't know. I can't recall. I don't really remember exactly, so... Correct me if I am wrong, please, people of the world. If I am incorrect, I would like to be proven myself as infallible. I am fine. I embrace being wrong. Please do not be scared to tell me I am wrong. More often than not, I am always very wrong. Oh, also, hey, if you want to see some old kimchi, I can show you, I guess for the lads that probably don't know much about kimchi, I can show you the difference of aging and fermentation when it comes to fresh kimchi versus nicely aged kimchi. So, first and foremost, this is kimchi from last year. Well, a little bit more than last year actually, because this is made for April 12th of 2024. So, first of all, bright, red, all that sort of stuff. It's bright, it's red, it's very colorful. But this one is a little bit darker, has a little bit less brine actually, but still smells like kimchi. It's very dark, it's much darker, has a little bit more flavor, a little less oomph, but it is very delicious. But yeah, now I have a metric shite ton of kimchi, which is nice. I feel like an actual Korean now. Wow. My dream to become what I should be. It's all coming together. Oh, yes. Probably get a kimchi. I know that's a thing, but I hear that people that just have a kimchi fridge just use it for like normal fridge storage. But it would be cool. It would be cool to just have a kimchi fridge. Fermentation often makes CO2. Okay, so it is CO2. Thank you to our local Korean. Yeah, ethanol and CO2. Okay, well, if origin is still here, I've made and heated up my curry. This is red curry specifically. So, yeah. Then actually, before anything, if anything, I'm actually gonna take out my trash. Not this bad. Okay, I have returned. And actually, I'm gonna check my pumpkin pie at this point because pumpkin pie, actually all custard pies, have this silly little quirk to them. Because usually, you know, you see recipes and whatnot, and it's like, oh, this, make sure you cook for so-and-so amount of time, you know? Like, oh, make sure that you cook this for 45 minutes or 50 minutes or something like that. They are all wrong. To make a good pie, when you poke your pie, it should not come out clean. When your stick, when you use a toothpick, I use this because it's you can clean it over and over again. When you use this and you dip it and it is clean, you have fucked it up. Well, not exactly, but you have overcooked your pie. When you do that and it comes out clean, your pie is gonna overcook. This is because of carryover cooking. Carryover cooking is something that you would worry about, like with steaks and whatnot, and turkey, funny enough. But for baking, this actually is a thing when it comes to bread as well. Because more often than not, when you let bread come out, it is still cooking as it's resting and coming up to room temp and cooling down. So it's still cooking on the inside. That's why if you cut it open, it's a little gummy still. It's because it's not done yet. Pumpkin pie, meringue pies, your custard pies are in the same ballpark. So in the ideal world, it should be. Test it right now. First of all, don't ever go off. Don't ever just go off the toothpick method, because the toothpick method might not always work. I actually pulling this out a few minutes early, 10 minutes early, because it's supposed to go in for like 50 minutes. It has gone in for around 40. I'm gonna, first of all, one thing to take in note is that, you see this? It's jiggly, but it's maintaining its shape. There's a bit of, here, wait, move my head a little quick. You see there's a bit of jiggle to it, right? It moves, it has a bit of movement and all that. So it's still raw in that sense, right? But I'm gonna put my pick in the center. Gonna take it out. And unfortunately, since it's metal, it is coming out clean. But there is a little bit of residue still. That little bit of residue is perfect. A little bit of residue means that it is still kind of wet, but it's going to kind of seize up a bit. And as it seizes up, it's going to be nice and creamy and soft. And it's going to be wonderful when it's done. But now at this point, it is done. Carryover cooking will do its job, and that's the pie. Pumpkin pie at there. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't smart in this regard because I did not take a picture of the apple pie before putting it away. So I'm going to take a picture of the pumpkin pie here, and I'll post that on Twitter. I'm also going to take a picture of my curry. And I'm also going to not forget that we have one more thing to work on. Because, well, actually, I might finish it off stream. Because I am actually quite famished and I would like to finish up and eat. Wait, no, ethanol is wine, CO2 is bread. Well, ethanol is not just wine, it's also alcohol in general. But yeah, we cannot forget. Remember, we have our gamer bread. And this is the lazy way to make bread. But as you can see, nice, kind of nice. And it's actually quite soft and smooth. So we're actually ready to actually send this boy and shape it up. Unfortunately, I'm going to do that, but I'm going to probably end stream fairly soon. Because, one thing, my phone's about to die. Second of all, I would like to just relax for the night, you know? And also, I need to wipe this because I still see it. Oh, and also, this is also a very small thing that I kind of almost forgot. But when you actually overcook your pie, do you lot ever have instance to where your pie cracks? That is a result of overcooking. You curdled it. You curdle a pie like that, it cracks on itself. On touch that. Yeah. On the cooling rack it is. I need to use the same pan. Yeah, a little bit of a jiggle. It has a little bit of jiggle to it. So since it's nice and jiggly, as you can see here, has a bit of jiggle left, it is going to be soft, velvety, creamy. Perfect for a custard pie like this. Jiggle, jiggle. Taking it away. That being said, the outsides are most definitely overcooked. I will point fault to where it is. It is a touch overcooked. But that is only the outer side. Hey, at least I can acknowledge that it is overcooked, than not acknowledging that it's not. So, for what that's worth, yippee. Salty, do you also hate those store-bought pie crusts? I hate those so much. Yes. Yes, I do. I hate them so much. When I was in the store today trying to find the pie tins, I could only find the pre-mades. And it's actually kind of insane. Those pre-made pie tins? First of all, they look like trash. They look like cookie crumb. Second of all, they're $5? They're $5! That's so much money! $5? Brother, the pie crust I made is like, it probably costs like $1. 1/5 of that. You need flour, water, and butter. And if you want to really cheap out, you don't have to use butter. Use shortening. Use oil. It makes no sense. Why do you want to waste money on garbage when you can make it yourself and just put a little bit more love and heart into it, you know? And also save money. There's that too. So, I can't find any pie tins without the pre-made crust. I was lucky. There was only one left. So I was able to luck out with that. But I do kind of feel bad because now if someone else is in my scenario, now they're kind of fucked. That being said, I cannot ignore the idea of like, yeah, no, store-bought pie crust is garbage and a waste of money and a high-key scam. My local grocery sells puff pastry with palm oil instead of butter. Oh my god, no. Listen, I gotta say though, alright? I'm gonna call myself out here. I do believe that buying good quality puff pastry is better than making it yourself. You have to find the stuff that is made with real butter, not that substitute butter, not that this, not that. You need the real butter. Real butter is just so much, it adds just so much flavor. It really does. And also here's a small little thing. You want to know how you can tell something uses shortening versus something using butter. This is a surefire way to tell if you have butter or shortening in your food. use your tongue and touch the roof of your mouth. Use your tongue to touch the roof of your mouth, and you'll notice there's like this weird like feeling of film, like this uncomfortable feeling of like fat on top of the roof of your mouth. If you feel that after eating like a puff pastry, you know it's shortening. That's not butter. Shortening has the temperature, because shortening is weird. Because it doesn't melt with body heat as quickly as butter. So it's very, very easy to tell when you are using shortening versus butter. So hey, if you guys ever want to learn how to find shortening versus butter, that's how you do it. There you go. It's easy. If it tastes good, it's butter. You see, that's a thing though. That's what they think. That's what they think they can do. That's the thing. Because they can do the fake butter. And they can cheap out. Because they use that butter, they use the butter the shortening that tastes like butter. And that's not real butter. Because that's chemically engineered to taste like butter. Like how this is chemically engineered to taste like whatever the hell this is. That's not butter. That is shortening and a butter flavoring. You can't go off just taste. You have to go off like texture, but no one wants to be that pedantic. So there is that checking the roof of your mouth with your tongue. Don't actually put your hand in your mouth. Use your tongue. Press your tongue to the top of your mouth, the roof of your mouth, and if you feel that weird like almost like there's clay or like there's like something sticking to the roof of your mouth, that's how you can tell if it's shortening or butter. You can also use this for other sort of things too, like if you go to a shoddy pastry place, a shoddy bakery, and you can taste that, you can feel that really uncomfortable feeling of film on top of your mouth, you know they're using shortening and they ain't using real shit. And also, that's how you know if they're gonna scam you or not, because let's say you get a croissant that's $5 and you feel that film on top of your mouth, you've been scammed. They cheaped out on you and they used fake butter instead of real butter. There's a company trying to do total synthesis of butter now. So they're trying to make shortening. Listen, I'm not gonna say that's a dumb idea, but it's redundant. I don't understand substitute foods like this. Because if you're trying... Okay, so it's a little bit different when it's butter because it has a valid usage. And it's for people who can't eat lactose, so I get that. But I feel like it's like, oh, I don't want to eat butter anymore because I want to eat healthier. That's stupid. That is a stupid, weak reason, because if you're trying to not eat butter, why are you trying to eat the thing that tastes like butter? You know, you see the issue, maybe, right? Because the thing is that what you're eating that tastes like butter is probably as bad, if not worse, than actual butter, because it's synthesized. Oil is already... A lot of seed oils are bad as is. So now you're putting a little bit more of flavor synthesis inside, and now you're just making it even worse for yourself. And it's just healthier at that point to actually eat butter. But I digress. This is a whole food tangent that I can talk about day in and day out. Where's Minna? Where's Minna when I need her? Because I know her and I could probably talk your guys' ears off about things that are just not healthy, how you can tell things are fake, and etc. She's probably, I will say, she's probably more knowledgeable about like buying in a grocery store, but I probably know not as much, but I do know like what can you tell is real versus not real. So there's that. Also, if you ever eat a croissant made of butter shortening, you will be depressed and you will be sad and you'll want to throw that croissant on the ground. It's terrible. Anyways, I've been staring at this curry for the past 5 minutes and I'm starving, so I'm gonna eat some of this curry now. It's rich, creamy, delicious. A bit of heat, sweet from all the other stuff inside. Ah, I love curry. Yeah, Argent, we gotta take you to a place to eat curry. Is it cold yet? No, it's hot still. I just love curry so much. God. And it pairs so nicely with rice. Just because it's like bread. But small granules of bread. So like big breadcrumbs, if you will. Oh, I'm just using chicken thigh. There's so much more flavor than breast. It's just so good. Why white people scared? It is just flavor. Don't be scared of flavor. My god. Ugh. You see, it's a vegan thing. You're trying to make something chemically identical to butter, so it's not a health thing. But you see, now here's my thing. Why make it? If it is as healthy as butter, then okay, that makes sense. But if this is unhealthier than butter, there is a redundancy to it. That's what I'm trying to more or less think about. If you try to synthesize something and it's worse than the thing you're synthesizing, you fucked up, essentially. That, and also I'm just saying, vegans, if they're trying to make butter, use butter. Be vegetarian. I think cows literally are now bred nowadays to where if they do not produce milk, they will, like, die of pain or something like that. And vegans are just kind of funny. Not all vegans are bad. There are some really nice vegan chefs I've worked with, and they're very kind and very supportive. But they also don't shove their food in your face. They just... The chef I worked with was just more or less, this is not something that you probably want to eat every day, but we just want to let you know that there is an option, which is the best way to go around, like, dietary foods. Don't shove it in people's faces. Just people know that it is an option. But vegan food and stuff like that, that's a whole can of worms that I don't feel like talking about today. I'm sorry, this is the first meal I've had all day. You gotta let me have this, okay? I'm sorry. It's just... Protein, carbs, good sauce, curry. This is worse than lesbian love, I swear. What? Are you talking about, like, synthetic butter? And also, what the hell is lesbian love? What do you mean? Don't you just mean lesbians? Do lesbians just not love each other? I gotta ask Q. Maybe she would know. I'm not sure if she is lesbian, but she's like... I'm pretty sure she's bi-curious, if anything. Yeah, this curry is a lot better than what what I can make, though. Mostly just because there's bamboo shoot in this, and it just adds a better flavor to this overall. I need to find bamboo shoot. I'm pretty sure there is a place I can go buy bamboo shoot, but I would like to actually get some bamboo shoot and cooking with it. And there is a nice pleasant amount of heat too. I'm not sure about you lot, but I love spicy food. I hate when spicy food is bitter though. my understanding, though, that just might be because I'm weak. Because I believe the hotter food is, the more bitter it gets. However, I don't like bitterness. I think it tastes bad. So I want to taste good. I like tasting good, tasty, delicious hot food. And if it makes me sweat, I don't care. It has to taste good at least. I'd rather be miserable and satisfied than miserable and more miserable because it tastes like garbage. Like it tastes like I'm eating like medicine. Which is why I really love bulldog ramen, but I don't use the entire pack because it just tastes bitter. Now, as I am eating this, let's start some small talk, yeah? What have you guys eaten? Have you guys eaten dinner at all yet? I believe Argent brought pizza. I brought curry. Well, actually I brought a little bit more than curry, you know? I brought curry, kimchi, pumpkin, and apple pie. I'm also making, LaSalle, or I forgot the name of it. Dinner was sauce marnay on broccoli and noodles. Did you just have broccoli and cheddar? It's a safe space. You can be honest. Like that Velveeta cheese, like on top of that you microwave or whatnot, and then you put it on the broccoli. I've been told that stuff slaps. But I don't like Velveeta cheese. It scares me. It is the epitome of industrialization. It is plastic. It tastes like plastic. I do not like it. No, actual Mornay of roux, bouillon, and Gruyere. Ooh. That sounds nice. Good on ya. That's real nice then. Impressive. Now you need to make, if you have, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Maybe you don't want to. But I will just throw it out there if you do have leftovers. If you have leftovers of your Mornay sauce, make potato aligot. That's fun to eat and very tasty. I also kind of realized I probably said that incorrectly. Aligot. It's A-L-I-G-O-T, I think. But it's essentially like mashed potato, but very stretchy. Very cheesy, stretchy mashed potato. I.e., mix it with mashed potatoes? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? As we are here, and I still have to do some more prep for tomorrow because I gotta make stuffing still. We're just gonna continue talking, and I'm just gonna cut some bread. I actually gotta make some more bread because, despite intentionally making bread to then go stale, my parents did request that I make bread for them. As I have mentioned, I need to make the following things. I need to make stuffing, bread, pumpkin pie, apple pie, mac and cheese. I think that's it. I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting. I was supposed to make 2 desserts. 2 desserts, 1 bread, and 1 stuffing. Oh, the mac and cheese. Always fun to just try and cut, what is it, stale bread. On one hand, I do feel a little upset because this is some really pretty bread that I have to use for something so simple. But at that same regard, first of all, look at that beautiful crumb. Second of all, even though it's being used for a, what is it? Used for a quote-unquote downgraded thing. It's gonna make that downgraded thing so much better. That's a high-class cheese to potato ratio. So, like, the bread? Or are you talking about the aligot? Yeah, to my knowledge, you're supposed to use a lot. The Palm's aligot, yes. You know what's weird about pomme? Because pomme is French, obviously. It means apple. Funny enough. But if you want to talk about, what is it? If you want to talk about, potatoes, French, it's pomme de terre. Pomme de terre. I'm not very good with French, but you need the terre because what that translates to is apple of the earth. And I guess the French believe that the apples, the potatoes, are apples of earth. I don't think you need a scientific breakdown of that, so I'm gonna leave that to how that is. Terre is just 1 syllable. Alright, well, pomme de terre. I'm not French. I'm barely Korean. I barely speak English well. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, I should probably end up streaming though. Fairly soon though. I think once I'm done cutting this bread up, I think I'm gonna no, I didn't cut myself, but I kind of stabbed myself. I should be fine. My hand's made of metal. It's fine. But yeah, I think we should definitely probably end up soon. My phone's about to die any minute here. Also, I kind of would like to just go sit down and relax and enjoy the rest of my night. And also, I imagine that you lot would like to actually have some freedom as well. Even though that you're not bound to be here. You can leave at your own leisure. You don't have to stay with me, although it is very much appreciated. It makes working in this lovely kitchen of mine a lot less lonely when I have you red boys around. Speaking of which, there's another stream I want to do that isn't actually food related, but it's also going to be a little fun homage because back when I was starting on YouTube here, not on Twitch, because I've been established on Twitch for a while. Back on YouTube, I would, back on YouTube, I actually started out as Salty. No last name, nothing to my name. Quite literally. But I did a funny stream to where we kind of came up together with a last name. I'm not sure if you were there, Sue, but there was someone there who actually suggested that I do Kichee. I forgot who, but it was a really great idea. And honestly, I like my last name. It makes it kind of feel nice because even though that I am me, I also do appreciate having a little bit of your guys' influence in my activities. Because you guys are just as important as me, if not more. Because after all, if you lot weren't here, I would not be here as well. So, I do appreciate you lot that do come in and say hi. And even if you do, if you aren't even able to, if you're watching this from a VOD or whatnot, or hell, if you're watching this from a clip maybe, I appreciate you. You coming in and saying hi makes my day so much better, and I hope that in some way I could try to make your existence a little bit more fun with me talking about bread. I don't know. Tired. Cutting like really stale bread is difficult. And also dangerous. Generally just dangerous. Maybe I need a new bread knife. I don't know. Plethora of reasons. Actually be cutting perfect squares. Not cooking for the king and queen here. I like to say very often. I gotta say it more often, honestly. Because very often, actually, I forget that I don't need to be a perfectionist all the time when it comes to food. It's a good, bad habit, especially when I'm in the means to where I kind of have to focus on that stuff. But considering that this is for a family gathering, and although I do love my family to death, they aren't going to be upset of like, oh, this one block of bread, the stuffing, it's not a perfect, an exact square. This does not meet my parameters. I am gonna kill you. So I can at least not act so, oh no, it's gonna be bad, you know? I do wonder who is live though, because it'd be really funny if, let's say, Sienna was live tonight. 100% if she is live, braiding into her, and I'm gonna tell her I made you into bread. Or at least I've turned you into bread. I kind of realized after watching some VODs and also talking to some VTubers on group chat that casually asking, hey, do you want to be turned into bread? And they respond, yeah, I want to be bread. Kinda has a weird connotation to a weird sort of, it just sounds weird because it sounds like you want to be B-R-E-D, not B-R-E-A-D, which is kind of funny because I'm not trying to trap people, but it is quite funny when it just accidentally just ever so happens to be the case. Like, I don't try to do it. I just want to make people into bread. And I know I can't draw well, so I need to compensate somehow, so I need to compensate to where I am strong in, and that is in baking and that sense of creativity. Speaking of bread, though, that I want to do in the future, I'm very excited to announce that I have more matcha. So, definitely going to do some more Daishima breads in the future. That's going to be fun. I think it's just an abbreviation. Are we talking about OUI? Because that means we. That means yes. French. Oh ho ho, hui hui. Alright. I think I'm gonna actually be able to bake this. Let me check it. I got poke it in a little butt here. Nope. I need more time. Oh yeah, I gotta make normal bread. That was about the pomme de terre. Okay. Okay. I get it. It's like trying to formulate what you meant by that, like what that is, and it's like, okay. Also, my tape is coming very scarily more and more loose. So not only do I want to leave because I'm tired, but also I need a really. Okay, how much bread can I make? So 80, 60, 80, 120, if I can get 240. Perfect. I make 3 times the recipe. I'm dying. The kimchi things that are in my sink right now that are currently just kind of sitting in there because there's not much room to clean. She's stinky. Stinky, I guess. Ooh, that's a fresh funny meme right there, right? Fresh right out of the oven, fresh new meme I just made. Original, do not steal. Okay, I gotta remember this recipe now. It's okay. It's 280, 350. So 280, 560. Yeah, 280 times 2 is 560. So wait, is it? Hold on, I gotta remember because I know I changed my recipe all the time. Ooh. So I'm actually very wrong. Because it's actually 220. 220. Ooh, wait, this is a lot. That's a lot. Oh, that's very over. So it's 220. Here. I did 560. So I did 120 extra grams. So I need this to be, if math is correct, which it sometimes is, Okay, hold on. I need to. I do some math, so make sure I do this correctly. Bread, I would. Okay, cool. I'm correct in the sense that I'm wrong, in the sense that I am correct. So, yeah, okay. This is now adjusted. Hooray, yippee, yaha. Nice that my phone has not died yet. I really should try and hasten this a bit more. Because once I mix this sourdough, we're ending stream. And I know I've been saying, oh yeah, once I'm done this, we're ending stream. I'm for real about this. As someone would say, I'm dead ass. For real, on God, blah blah blah. This one's easy to do, though, because it's just 350. That's 700. Yeah. If anything, it's gonna be hard because I need more flour. But I have more flour, so that's fine. Which is also kind of funny because I'm realizing I'm making at least 2 kilos worth of bread. Isn't that kind of impressive though, no? Me casually making 2 kilos of bread for my own leisure? I mean, that has to be some warrant of impression, no? I just love making bread, you know? And we have empty bucket. Give me 1 second for refill. Yes. Flour. First of all, I do want to just get my 300 though. Alright, fill up that flour into just a jiff. I do this. Okay, so it's 6, no it's 5, no it's 6, 6, 12, 18. Isn't that kind of crazy too? How much flour I put into this and how little salt I need. Shows you how much salt you how much salt really goes a long way. Alright, well, I just gotta mix this and then we're pretty much done for the day. Is this bread for a purpose or is it just bread for bread's sake? Bread always has a purpose. What do you mean? But for your sake of how you worded that, this is the purpose because I need bread for Thanksgiving. Oh, sorry, I gotta sneeze. Sorry, I'm dying. This bread has purpose because I need 1 more loaf for stuffing, and then the 2 loaves I'm going to be using for general use for Thanksgiving. Because yeah, my parents want bread. And well, I kind of know my way around bread. I kind of do a thing or two when it comes to bread. I know, I've been around the block, you could say. That's a silly question. Oh, actually, you know what? There was okay. So funny thing happened at work today because and I just find this funny because this is a pastry. One of my associates. They are a pastry person. They work in our pastry department. But it was funny to talk to them because they were coming to me, the cook guy, the guy that does food, the hot food, not like pastries and stuff. But I also do bread. But it was really, I don't know, it felt really nice that a pastry person, someone that objectively should know more about bread than I do because they work with pastry, flour, this and that all the time. But they came to me for advice, and I just felt really special there. Like, wow, I now have a reputation of being the bread guy of the place I work at, which makes me feel good. Like, hey, my acknowledgement is not just limited to the kitchen that I work in, but other kitchens in our property, which is really cool. Finally, I can mean a little bit more than just that one weird guy. I'm that one weird guy that makes bread, which I can live with. Oh shoot, do I have my where is it? Oh, where is it? Ugh! No! Where'd it go? This is a good time to when I could use a bowl scraper. Fortunately, I think I misplaced my bowl scraper in a place where it doesn't really be right now. Unfortunately, this is the place where I must reside. I have made my bed. I must now sleep in it. Anyways. Yeah, do y'all remember? I'm not sure if anyone here in chat would even remember this, because this is a very, very old thing. Like, if you know about this stream, I should probably mod you because you've been here for way too long. But I'm not sure if anyone does remember nor recall, but I remember I did a stream where I made 200 loaves of bread in one stream. That was fun. Oh my god, did that take a lot of work though. But it was around during this time, 3 years ago or so, and the majority of the bread did not go to waste. It went for Thanksgiving, it went to other co-workers, residents of the complex I am now residing in, so it did have its use. None of it went to waste, which is what I'm trying to more or less mention here. One of the things I hate doing is wasting food. And of all things, I hate when I waste bread. It's one thing if I waste bread and it's one thing if I waste food, but I just feel a lot more pain when I waste bread because there is no way to waste bread. And also, I should be able to better manage myself, I suppose. So I feel extremely responsible when I'm being so careless with my food. Well, I'm gonna clean up here. I'll do one more quick check for my for the pan la salle. It is jiggly. It's almost there, but it still needs time. So I'll bake this off stream. Time to end. We have been at this for a lot longer than I thought we would. So, yeah. The lid. The lid. Lid. Alright. Alright, okay. I am tired, lads. Alright, well, I got a lot of cleanup to do. I got a lot of baking I need to do. I gotta refill my bread bin, which is very, very important. Alright. I also gotta I gotta replace a lot of things. A lot of paper towel today. Whew. Hey. Well, that was a very fulfilling stream. Did a lot of stuff today. A lot more than I thought I was gonna. But we got a lot of stuff done, and wow, that is funny. Remember when I said it'd be really fun if a particular VTuber was live and we raided into them? Live. I'm gonna go raid into them right now. Yeah, we're gonna go raid into her. You made your bowl and you must proof in it. You know what? I like that analogy more, and I'm gonna try to utilize that more. That's quite cute. I like that. Let me see. Oh, Sienna is actually live on YouTube as well. Let's go for a double raid. Hell yeah, why not? I remember you making a lot of bread, but not 200 loaves. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember when you actually popped up either, so I can't really give you a straight answer, unfortunately. Either way, I am going to be sending you guys off to Sienna. She is a lovely, silly little neat. She's silly, she's cute, she's blue. It's all you want in a VTuber, really, right? So, yeah. Thank you all for tuning in today. Whether I do something tomorrow or not is up in the air. But, yeah, that's enough for me today. I will see you all around. This has been a really nice stream. I agree. Very lovely. I'm just now kind of tired. I'm sitting down now. Oh, I feel tired now. And here is a raid message, and also lads, I'm gonna cancel that raid first of all. The raid count the viewer count just went to 8 lads. If you're gonna do that, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna make it again. We're gonna make sure that you lot are actually going over. Yeah, sending you off to daycare, lads. I'm sending you off to daycare. Why am I doing that? I'm expending so much energy. Either way, thank you a lot for being here today. I'm gonna go stick around in my Discord if you want to do that. I'm gonna just chat and meander there. So, thank you all for tuning in today. You guys have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, and or evening. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna make the raid mate. I'm gonna make an actual funny raid. Do in bread. Alright. Here is a funny raid message because I think that's a little funnier and a little bit more intuitive. Fret not if you are not subscribed, which is good. That's how you be a very good bread boy. You support me by not supporting me because I don't want your subs. That makes me feel bad.
be using that for your own thing. But yeah, that's if you aren't subbed. Anyways, enough meandering. Thank you all for tuning in today. I'm glad that we were able to enjoy this long time together. Hope you guys have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, and I will see you around whenever I see you next. Saltea Kichee, everyone, and ciao.